It is time. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing this kind of hot weekend over here? Say good morning to Colin and Steve and Nathan, Andrew and Dead Bob and Stuart and Phil. Hey Delmar, hey Derek. Hey Scott, PF Dennis. Hey Jorg, GR51 Gab. Hi Jokernaut, hi Mr. Clown, hi Stefan, Ray and Barnyard. How's everyone doing? And here is Charlie. Like to start, get his pets out of the way, then he can go take a nap. Barnyard from the UK. Hi Ray and James. Augustine, Blackstone. How's everyone going? Hey Tracy. My phone is not in my pocket, just so you know. Hi 3D Prints. John Paul and James, Andrew. I am doing well. I've been busy, but doing well. Oh, let's get the pets of Charlie. Hey, makers. So we're going to continue with the ERCF configuration because we got a little bit of build to do, but we're pretty much done with the build. So today's the day I've been dreading, is going through all the configuration, and we're going to learn it together. So hopefully we are successful. Any word on the missing LDO Trident? There is some hope. Let's put it that way. I don't want to jinx it, so stay tuned. But there is some level of hope. Hey Squirrel Brain. Hey Tunke. Let's get Charlie's pets in. Ooh, and all the hair. Hey Tohos. Hey, Mark, congratulations on 3 months. I thought it was interesting. So there was a lot of chat here right before stream, and every single person was green. That was awesome. Hey, Gary. Yeah, there is some hope. Without jinxing it, because it's not good, not done, there is some hope. So I did a little bit of off-camera work on the Switchwire here, mostly just making sure that it will print well. Just in a direct drive configuration without the ERCF, I hooked up some PLA and I did some prints and stuff like that. So it did print well. So we are good to go from there. So Gary, thanks for gifting the memberships. And better than yours, US. Steve, have a great day. Just finished the V2 350. Awesome. I went through, Lecter, thanks for becoming a member. I went through last night, and I don't generally do a ton of serial request processes, but I spent quite a few hours last night getting us caught up since we hadn't been working on it since before Murph. So we might have some new serial people here. There's about 160 of them done yesterday. So, Bill Brothers, can't stay long. Mom's 95th birthday. That's pretty amazing. Spend some time with your mom. That's rare. That's good time to spend. Hi, Low Tech Greg. Hi, Mitchell. And Michael. And Lars. Yeah, wish her a happy birthday from all of us. That's a good point. How are you doing, Charlie? Are you petted up? He'll never have enough, but we can get him to the point where he wants to go take a nap. What is? Hi, David. Awesome. Congrats on the serial, Andrew. I gotta say though, we have a whole lot of V2 and V0 serials out there. We need more Tridents. That's all I'm gonna say on that. The uptick in Tridents has been awesome to see. We need more. Hi, Steve. What's up with the rep winder? So I ordered the rep winder components, the kit, and I printed out one part of a set of parts just to see what it looks like. And let me see if I can grab them here. Oop, dropped one. I ordered some parts, or printed some of the parts. They didn't turn out all that great because I had a setting that I didn't pay attention to. The detect thin walls setting needs to change, but it's kind of clever how it works. A lot of print in place moving parts, little clutches here that print in place, and a one-way clutch type thing. There's a couple of those, and then all these thread together, and they seem to thread together pretty well. I don't know how it goes together yet, so I'll be figuring that out as I print more of the parts. So tell LDO to release the kit. It's coming soon. Apparently end of this month. So hey John, welcome. This is not carbon fiber ABS. This is just black KVP ABS. Whoop. So the problem I ran into is a lot of these parts are really thin, and especially where the threads are, I did not have, or I had detect thin walls enabled. So you see that pattern there? That is where it didn't quite have a solid wall because of the detect thin wall setting. So once I turn that off, that'll become solid. Now, whether it still threads together is nice. I suspect it will, but that might have be an issue. So it's just that one setting. Hey, Angie. Hey, Sanity. Here, let me do something here. There we are. Hey, Mike 4D. Hey, DJ Natty. All right, I'm going to put these things away because we're not actually going to get to assembling this today. That might be another project. How thin are the walls on that print? Really thin, like probably a little less, in those spots, probably a little less than 0.4 millimeters. I didn't actually measure it or try to measure it. So, hey, 007 FPV, I issued a couple of serials to you to you last night. Hey, Thresher. Sanity has the powers. I have a bug with an octopus board only driving in one direction during stepper buzz. Problem follows the port, not driver sticker cable. Any suggestions? So instead of going back and forth, it only goes forward? I'm not sure. Anybody have any ideas on that? Is that describing it correctly? So stepper buzz should move the stepper you're buzzing each direction by 1 millimeter. So it should go, for Z, for instance, it should go up 1 millimeter, then down 1 millimeter. And do that like 10 times or whatever it is. So are you saying that it goes up and then up again and then up again? That's odd, and I'm not completely sure what would cause that. I assume that you would get an error if you didn't have like a direction pin defined. I imagine you would get another issue if you didn't have both pairs of both coils connected, both pairs of wires on the connector connected. I'm not sure. So should I submit all my Vorons for the serials, Trident 2.4s? Currently thinking to build a white legacy. Of course you should submit them all, Lecter. And coming from the person who I have one of each model, actually, that's not quite true, but mostly I have one of each model serialed. I happen to have both Switchwires serialed because that helped us fixing a problem in the serial registry to have the LDO kit serialed. So it has one. I think it's 329 or 339 or something. Hey, Poity. I got cat hairs on my face now. So I am running the air conditioning today. We're supposed to hit 100 here in Sacramento, 100 plus. I hope the audio quality is still reasonable. I'm going to have some cereal now. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I actually don't remember what the Switchwire serials are up to right now. BBs, how do you get a serial without any social media? The only way right now is to post on Reddit. You can make an account if you have, I don't know if you have a Discord account, but you can make whatever, some Gmail account if you want, just to be able to register with Reddit and post your video. I know there's some enhancements we want to do to the system, but that's in progress. Put your printer in the car, no need for a heated chamber. That's true. That's why sensible people don't live in Sacramento. At least in Sacramento, we get the Delta breeze. Get a little bit of cooling from that breeze. Where I grew up, about 2 hours north of here, we didn't have that benefit, so it got even hotter. They will get higher if a bunch of people follow your lead with the E3 to Switchwire conversion. Yeah, as long as they don't surpass the Trident serials, and I'm good with that. Hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome. Thanks for all the help and work. Be back after shop. Awesome. Thanks, NH3D. So let's get going. I think today may be a pretty long stream, so let's get started. Let's pick up. So we're going to learn this together. I have some idea of what needs to happen, but the details, we're going to see how good the documentation is. So this is the Switchwire. Let's go to the manual and see where we left off on the manual. Trident serials are kickstarted by the V1 serials. We really debated whether Trident should start a new series, but it is a rename and it's effectively Voron 1.9. So I still go back and forth on whether I think that was the right decision to continue the serial number series, but it is what it is. Late, but I made it. Hey, Honored Twig. Okay, so we are at the point we wired up the easy board, and I forgot to order a heat sink, so I grabbed one of my Pi heat sinks and put it on the voltage regulator, and it seems it's keeping it managed. The temperature is managed, so I think we'll be okay there. Hey, little brat. So things were plugged in. I think what we probably want to do is flash the easy board first. So let's go over to that GitHub and get the instructions there. Edge of 3D. Followed the manual to the letter on my ERCF and I printed 4 colors just fine first print. Awesome. I hope we're that lucky. So here is the Turcount Easy ERCF Easy Board GitHub. Here, if you want to follow along, we'll put a link here. Working on some rep racks for some filament management. I'm really pleased with my rep racks. I cut them out of plywood on my MPCNC, and they're very stable. Thoughts on EasyBoard V2 FlySec? Is it FlySec Bunny Burrow board? I don't know. This is the only one I have experience with. Steve, I'm wanting to build a Voron. Would you start with a Trident or a 2.4 first? My answer is Trident. My very biased answer is Trident. And the reasonable answer is Trident. It's a just as capable, but it's a little simpler build. Less to deal with in like gantry alignment and stuff like that. Okay, so the Easy Board has some documentation here. This is what we built, and there is some configuring instructions here. So let's get on that. So we need to install BOSAC. Let's see. Let's bring up a terminal window. That over here. We're going to SSH into the printer. Cube, Trident, or normal. It really depends on if you want the Z height, the extra Z height. You're looking at if you want a 300 cube, then you're waiting for LDO to come out with the frame and the components that you want for that. If you self-source, then you can build any height you want. There's people building pancake Tridents with like V0 stepper or integrated lead screw steppers too. Hey, Tetsu. FlySec, is that FlySec or is that Physetic? Came out with an ERCF board they call Bunny Burrow. I've heard of some that are like some other boards that are like based on the Raspberry Pi 2040 chip and stuff. I'm sure they're all fine. Hey, 3D Experiments. Fly is a mellow-based board. Physetic, yeah, it's Physetic. Okay, so we are here. We are going to install this. So we're going to run these commands. And we want to continue, yes. I will say, I am very happy with both my 2.4s and my Tridents, but truly, there is extra attention that should be spent on a 2.4 in getting the gantry set up correctly. That you don't have to worry about the same kinds of things or the same level of complication on a Trident. There you go. Like Sanity said, build a 250 Trident. It'll be cubed. Okay, that is installed. Failed to fetch something though. Should we run this apt get update? No. Okay. I'm gonna just go. Gonna git clone this. It should be evident. I'm still not completely familiar with this. So I'm hoping the instructions are accurate and current. Oh, I could have done that. Make. I'm a little worried about the commands not found, but we'll see what happens. Is that based on this that didn't work? No, we had a fatal error. Let's go back to sudo apt-get update, right? And then we'll run that command again to make sure we get it installed right. There's a problem I had when I tried again. It was left rear of the gantry was 0.7 millimeters higher than the rest. Yeah. Yeah, but on a Trident, you only have to worry about those Y rails being parallel and the same distance on the same plane. With a 2.4, you have to worry about everything being correct in like 2 or 3 different planes instead of the one. Dash get is deprecated. So should I do this as well? Or is it all the same command? And then do the upgrade. Trident manual is made for the 250 version. For other versions, you don't have the correct extrusion to position gantry. The gantry is the same distance from the top extrusions. It's the same distance, no matter the build size. From the top extrusion down where your measurement is, it's the same distance. Probably one is alias to the other now. Okay. What I would like for a potential 2.5 stock build is to have like even geared, aka simple dividers, Z motion with planetary gears, and GE5C stock. There's a lot of things that are. I mean, the constant ideas. There's ideas being floated for the next versions, but I can say right now that 2.5 isn't actively being developed. You got 2.4 for a while yet. Yeah, and I wanna echo what Tetsu said, Derek. If you see something that's off-putting and elitism, point it out. That's not the community we want to foster. That's right, DJ Natty, the Voron shower. That's the next. That I can confirm. Wow, this is going a while. Hey, Happy Camper. What is a shower? Hey, Brian, I'm doing well. I am actually almost chilly with this air conditioning unit. It's pointing right at me. I think I'm gonna be thankful for it here in a couple hours, though. Delmar, want to give you a heads up. Test prints folder is not in the Trident GitHub. I pulled it from the 2.4 GitHub. We probably need to move that out to its own repo, because having to duplicate those test prints across every release is kind of frustrating. It should probably be moved to its own thing. Please remember that for the AB Stealth Burner too. Yeah. There's a lot of components, subcomponents, that there are probably better ways to manage. Thought we did move them out. We might have, Tetsu. I don't remember. But if they may still be in 2.4, and that's probably causing some confusion if we did move them out. Hey, Dark Neutrino. Get links or STH. What's STH? Okay, so that finished. So do I want to just run this again just to make sure this installed, or did it get updated as part of the command I just ran? It's not going to hurt to do this again. Oh, something. See, I don't get all the internet shorthand. Lecter, I also made tools for positioning the deck extrusions. Build plate support will release soon. Building multiple different size Voron is hard without it. For the deck plate, for the build plate support. For a 2.4, is that what you're talking about? Oh. Yes. I did not get, oh, well, let that keep going. Let that finish. We want to use submodules. I'm learning SMH and STH somehow and something. Yeah, I thought SMH did mean shake my head. Okay, I did not get the same errors I got before when I reran that. So now we should be able to go to here and make and see if we get the same errors at the beginning. Hey, Andres. We are not getting the same errors. All new errors. I don't see any errors. Make clean and then make, yeah. Let's see. So did everybody see CNC Kitchen's coverage of the multicolor lithophanes from Murph? He did a video on that, and I saw those in person in Murph, and they were really incredible. So I'm thinking, since this is a 4-position ERCF, that's probably a great thing to try to do on here. I just need to get the filament and hope that printed solid hasn't been hugged yet. This is a Seeduino, Brian. Okay, so that's done. So now we ran make, so now we can do this guy. Okay. And now we can go and prepare the firmware. And make menu config. Okay, so we are here, and let's just go here. So now we have the SAM21. SAM21. The G18 Arduino 0, yep. And it is an internal clock. And the bootloader offset is the Arduino 0. Communication is USB. I saw that video. Those were great. I will do some with my ERCF too when I finish calibrating it. Yeah. Andrew, I have no idea what you're referring to. Multicolor what? Well, let's fix that. So, Stefan at CNC Kitchen. This is probably the best. This full color 3D color lithophanes.
This right here is a
so I am going to dismiss.
Any regular 3D print.
Mute that. So this is what it does using CMYK. So cyan, magenta, yellow, and then K is white in this case. But this is the video. I'm not going to watch the whole thing here, but you get an idea there looking at the thing. And open this. Be sure you open this in a new tab and watch it later. Let me pause this and go back. Hey, Blake. I'm being told disable, enable low level for the menu config should have a star in there. It does. Is this correct? Am I missing something? CMYW, yeah, basically. Stefan's heat set tools are awesome. The heat sets themselves are not quite the right size for us though, right? Well, if you turn that off, oh, I see. Thank you. I appreciate that. We don't need the low level configuration options. Got it. Got it. So let's quit this and save and make clean and make. Heat sets aren't the right size, but the tool is worth it. What's different about the tool compared to, so I have a couple of different styles here. We've got the style that comes with the LDO kit, which I can't use because it doesn't work with my soldering iron. And then I've got this style that I bought off of Amazon. Is it, I haven't actually seen what Stefan's selling for a tool. Is it similar to this? Oh, that's done. That's done. Hey, Brian Crooks. Let's see. So now, flashing the Arduino, connect the Arduino to your Raspberry, if it's not already done, get the port of it. So let's go ls/dev/tty star. So how do we know what the port is that it's using? Modify the default in the command line. How do we know what port it is? This is something I've never quite got. Hey, Super Smash. Oh, background music is off today because I forgot. Thanks for the reminder, Patrick. Let me get that started. Let me get that started. Is it going? Yes, it is. Awesome. So maybe someone can help me because this is a gap in my knowledge. How do I actually tell this? So you can do M2 through M8. Alex S., congratulations on your serial. Steven, you said AMC1? How? I don't know what I'm looking at. It's not, I don't think it's going to show up in serial by ID until it has Clipper on it, right? Because this is the display, because I have an STM32 based display, and then the controller. ACM1 probably. ACM1 or ACM0 or ACM1 for USB. Okay. So let's try. John can be kind of guessing game. It's probably AMC1. Okay, so let's try this. And that's the default here. Let's copy that command. Let's go here. So get the port and modify the default in the command line below. So we're just going to use the default. Use tweezers or short lines to short the reset pins on the diagram twice. The reset pins on the diagram. What diagram? Here. It says, for more information on how to reset for flashing, let's go here. Oh, is that the reset pins? Ooh. So we want to do this twice. 1, 2. Okay. Okay. I got some tweezers. We can make this happen. I guess I should get this on camera. I don't know if I can. This is very tight here. I don't know how I can get this on camera. I'm just going to try it first. Yep, between the two solder pads here. So I got to get into those without touching other things. There, and then touch and touch. And there is an orange LED. Woohoo! Now, oh, where'd my mouse go? See if that works. Device unsupported. What? What does that mean? I just did it quickly. Yes, I can see. It still has the orange LED on, but it says device unsupported. Try LS USB. I don't know what piece that is. How many USB devices do I have? 3. I have the main controller, the STM32.042 display. It still has an orange LED on. You said it may be ACM2? Oh, is that it? I think that did it. ACM2? Yep, that did it. It stayed there a little longer than 8 seconds, it looks like, but we got it. Awesome. So the only change there was from ACM1 to ACM2. And we have Clipper on it. The tab key to autocomplete Linux commands. Does that work in just a Windows command line? Cool. Okay, let's go back. 3 devices indexed by 0. Okay. Okay. See ERCF hardware config for the Arduino. Other microcontrollers are available in the config/. We got all this. I think we're done with this part. So let's go back to the main. Now put a CAN transceiver on it. Okay. So I had pre-downloaded these config files. I haven't uploaded them to the printer yet, but we can do that. Then we can start checking things and setting pins and testing functionality. So we did this. Okay, so this is going through kind of the instructions we just did. And we're going to need this guy here, imagine. So let's copy that. Oh, I get that, Barnyard. That makes sense. So we're gonna need that. Colin, thanks for gifting the memberships. And everyone got gifted. Awesome. Congratulations, new members. So speaking of members, my tentative plans for this month's members only stream is for Saturday the 23rd. So Saturday the 23rd at my normal start time. So 10 a.m. my time, Pacific. Hi, Sven. Oh, hey. they had all the documentation here too. I think we're past the point where everyone's a member now. Too many people here, not enough people. Remember, we're pushing for 5K, right? Getting close. David, thanks for gifting memberships. And see, we have people that weren't a member. Perfect. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is I went to the GitHub page and I looked at the documentation there. The manual here seems to have a lot of this covered, which is nice. Where to reset or put the thing into the bootloader mode and Mr. Clown, everybody's got to start somewhere, right? Everybody's got to start somewhere. So ERCF on Clipper. So status. At this stage, it is assumed you have connected your ERCF to your printer, either using the printer mainboards or the ERCF easy board. Now it's time to configure Clipper. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Mr. K. Whoa, Check B, gifted 20 memberships. Thank you. I hope we have 20 people here. It's looking like it. Looking like a good number. Oh yeah, quite a few of those are coming through. Congratulations, all the new members. Remember, 23rd is the next members only stream. Patrick, not to interrupt the stream, but has anybody had a micro switch go bad within a few months? For me, it's repeatedly retrying on Euclid. It could. Make sure that all your mounts, though, if there's any play in any of your mounts, anything's worked free, especially maybe if you're using, say, oops, dropped a screw. If you're using, say, this adapter for the Euclid, make sure those bolts here are tight. Any play in there is going to cause those retries. Once you've checked all of that, then you can look at doing a replace the switch. And I missed PF Dennis. Thanks for becoming for gifting memberships, and Digital Matrix. Thanks for becoming a member. We don't have to wait for people to arrive to use up the gifts anymore. They made a change in some of the stuff. So anyway, so we're going to have to include a couple of configuration files, and we need to add an ercf.py in the Clippy extra folder. I'm almost at 500,000 total views. Awesome. And we've got an error on the printer. Oh, because I don't have things set up correctly yet. Okay, let's go back to here, and we need that extra module, the ercf.py. So I had not downloaded this, so let's download this and save it. I've got all these extra files we're going to need right here. Every time I hear clippy. Clicky, not clippy, clicky. Think of that damn Microsoft paperclip. Didn't Prusa bring that back? Okay, so ercf.py is downloaded. Go back to the manual. So we are going to copy these there, and we're going to add the ercf.py into there. So let's do that by, let's use WinSCP. And that goes into the Clippy/extra folder. I don't need that to be upgraded. Clippy/extra. So let's go to the, do a new site, switchwire.local. Hi. We're gonna save this, okay? And log on. 100 twigs. Steve does very good and thorough videos, very useful setting up my clicky. I'm glad they helped. I'm glad my workflow is able to be followed enough to be useful. Mitchell H., what are your thoughts on e-bikes? Were you around for one of the only rants I ever do on my streams? I don't usually have big hot takes, right? But e-bikes bug me because they're very polarizing, and I see both sides of the issues. I work in downtown Sacramento, so I get frustrated almost a daily basis of someone flying by me at 20 miles an hour on the sidewalk on an e-bike or a scooter or something. So while I see the enabling of people to be able to get out on a trail or whatever, I also see the problem of people that don't respect other people and don't respect the trails. So okay, back to this. Yes, I gotta find my mouse. And why did I not type that right? Must not have. So where do we go? Clipper, Clippy, extras. And then we're gonna go here and we're gonna copy this guy over here. Should be able to refresh. Let's see, ERCF.py is there. Steve, hot takes channels needs to happen. I don't have enough hot takes to make a channel. So basically, idiot drivers exist outside of cars, trucks, yes. Except, at least with a car or truck, you have something around you to protect you. I mean, I'm surprised that people riding these aren't hurt more often. Maybe they are and we just don't hear about it. Okay, let's go. We're done with that. I think I can just close that. But so add the ERCF hardware config and the ERCF Vario config and the software config to your Clipper configuration folder. So let's go here and go to machine and let's turn off, hide the backup files so we get a little cleaner list here. And then let's upload these guys. At least with the gas ones, you can hear them coming. Yes. And smell them coming too, usually. Yeah, in the hands of a considerate person, then I think an e-bike and that kind of thing, especially being able to enable either fun or the ability to be out there is a great thing. Just there's so many jerks out there. Is it an issue to have about every 10 to 20 layers to have the next layer look like it is bulging out a bit, like that layer over extruded? I've not done input shaper or pressure advance yet. So there's a few things you should look at. Every 10 to 20 layers, you could even have something, it's potential that you have your bed PID tuning might be off. If your bed is changing temperature and expanding and contracting, it can change your layer stacking. So aside from the other things you're looking at there and just a general extrusion calibration, check all those. Could be Z-wobble, could be quite a few things. Okay, so we copied those. Include these two files, ERCF hardware and ERCF software, into your printer config and make sure you have pause resume section included. Okay, so Derek gifted 20 memberships. Thank you. Even normal bikes are illegal on the sidewalk. They're illegal on the sidewalks here too. But when you have the California Highway Patrol riding on sidewalks in downtown Sacramento, nobody follows the stay off the sidewalks rule. I understand why they're there, but they're not setting an example that's being taken by other people. Printer config, we need a pause resume in here. and it's probably actually in mainsail config. Let's check. Yes, we have a pause resume here. So now printer config, we're going to include, what was that? ERCF hardware and ERCF software. ERCF hardware.cfg and include ERCF software. And I know I misspelled that. I'll fix that here in a second. Where'd my mouse go? Hardware. Welcome all the new members. More for the channel at large. Has anyone figured out a quick macro to switch between different calibration Z switch offsets for different materials? I don't. I'll let the channel, let chat answer that. I'm not sure. I haven't tried that. I haven't thought about that. Police in the US do not set good examples. No. Tetsu, your link came through. Moderators can post links. Okay. So those two things are done. Extruder parameters. To allow proper operation of the ERCF, we need to increase the max extrude only distance parameter of your extruder section to 200 and the max extrude cross section to 50. Okay. So max extrude only distance. So let's go down to the extruder. Max extrude only distance. Well, I had 700. Let's see how it works with their value. I think when I had this set up as Bowden, I wanted to be able to run a macro to just load the filament. I think I needed that to be higher. We may have to adjust this, I imagine. That's fine. In New York State, only under 12-year-olds can ride on the sidewalk. Yeah, I have no problem with children riding on the sidewalk. John, I can post links too. You can see the links you post maybe, but they don't come through. Unless you're saying you can post the word links. Motors config. Please adapt the motor configuration and ERCF hardware current delta depending on the motors you are using. Okay. Yes, you posted links. Let's save and close this. And let's go to the ERCF hardware. So where is our, we have to define that controller somewhere. Where do they have us do that? Where do they have us define that controller? Does it say? Did I miss that in here somewhere? Well, let's go through here. I want to try to cover every step that they've provided. So here, so the gear stepper. The example is on an SKR 1.4, so we need to change the pins here for the yeah. Let's go to the EasyBoard GitHub. Thank you, John Paul. That's a good reminder. Let's go up here, config, Cduino. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. And someone said in chat how to do this easier. I'm I'm just gonna go here. ERCF hardware. Let's overwrite that. And let's copy it back to the... Close this. Let's delete that. And upload ERCF hardware. So now if we go here, now we have a, aha, there we are. So remember how we copied this and I'm just gonna recopy this. Copy that, we're gonna paste that right here. There we go. So now all of this should be correct. So we have an MCU, ERCF, and then when we define pins now, you define that MCU it's pointing to and then its pin number. And I believe these are both 1.8 degrees per step steppers, so that should all be okay. So this should be good. ERCF parameters. Define the end of Bowden to sensor and the sensor to nozzle according to your extruder and tool head hot end. Values for typical setups are listed in comments as shown below. You can see what those parameters represent in the scheme on page 127. So is that in here? No, that's... So let's save and close this. No, that's not it. Is this an ERCF software? Variable end of Bowden to sensor. Length from the sensor to the nozzle melt pool. Oh, okay. Galileo clockwork with ERCF is 27. So we'll leave that at that. The only thing I had to change was inverting the direction pin of the selector stepper. Yeah, depending on how I wired it, we'll have to just test it and change the direction stuff for sure. That's a good reminder though. And variable sensor to nozzle, Galileo. So all of this is set up for the setup that I'm using. Galileo clockwork with the ERCF 1.1 sensor. I have a... Now this is a little different because I have a Revo. I have a Revo Voron in here. So that these will have to change, but these are probably good starting points. Hey Stuart, welcome. Servo angles default values. Depending on the servo model you're using, set both the up and down angle to their corresponding default values in ERCF software. So I'm using the Savox. So let's go down here. Servo angle for the up position on the Savox is 140. So let's change this to 140. And the servo angle for the down position, so it's basically reversed. Change that to 30. Okay. And then the reverse Bowden length. You have to specify the length of the reverse Bowden tube of your setup. This is the PTFE tube that goes from the ERCF to your printer's tool head. Get a rough measurement of this tube length and subtract a few centimeters to this value. It doesn't need to be precise, it just needs to be lower than the real PTFE tube length. Okay, so we need to put a tube between here and here. So let me go grab my, well, knock the cat hairs off of here, and then grab my container of PTFE tubing. Hey, T-Bone Angus. Now this is, so I want the 3mm inner diameter stuff. So let's just grab a piece of the scrap from there. So we're gonna go from here, and let's put this, I guess, around the middle. all the way down. Andres, yeah, we had a Charlie visit at the very beginning of the stream. We'll have another one, I'm sure. So let's try right there for a first stab at this. And do these have? They do. So I have the rep winder tapes here. So we're gonna see how long did I make this thing. And I guess it doesn't have to be precise, so we're looking at 420 millimeters. 420 millimeters. Put all this away. That's a funny number. So it says here, this is the PTFE tube. Get a rough measurement of this tube length and subtract a few centimeters, like 50. So 400 or 370 millimeters is what we're going to use for this. It says 5 centimeters. It says subtract. It says here, typically 5 centimeters. Yeah, like 50 millimeters less. So 370 is about where we would be. So variable min Bowden length. Variable min Bowden length. So let's go 370. Okay. Now, pin definition. Make sure the pin defined in the 3 positions shown on the pictures below are the same exact pin, namely the pin of the encoder signal. And what file is this in? This is, do not put the caret on the duplicate pin override section, but use them on the other 2. Okay. That's not here, right? I would imagine this is in, save that, ERCF hardware. Duplicate pin override. Okay, so this is already doing this. PA6, and where was the third spot? ERCF encoder pin, switch pin. So ERCF, where's the encoder pin? And the ERCF hardware, thank you. So filament motion, and then ERCF. Oh, this is in ERCF software. Okay, so that's correct there. And then we didn't have to change anything, so let's close this. And ERCF software under ERCF encoder pin, this is wrong. So that needs to change. Was there a file here that I should have copied? No. Okay. So let's go back to ERCF hardware, come down here and get this encoder set up, copy that, close this and go to software and change this right here. Yep. Tetsu, why would I search when I can just scroll? The other pin, yep. Save and close. So that all matches. Now I imagine, don't I need to make sure that these are defined? Yeah, hardware first and then software. I don't know if that matters, but it makes sense that I would want to define the hardware first and the software. Miscellaneous macros. You'll find in the client macros config examples of cancel, print, pause, and resume macros that are compatible with the clog detection and endless spool mode or ERCF. Please adapt those macros to your own. The relevant part being the lines concerning the encoder sensor. Using the dedicated ERCF versions of the POM macros is mandatory. Make sure there are no other pause or resume macros that could overload the ERCF version ones. So this is in the client macros config. So let's go here. And did I copy those? I did not. Did I download them? Client macros. Get that. And this has all of this stuff. So we are going to grab those and I'm going to, I think all of this is in my main sale. So pause, resume, and cancel print. I'm going to, for now, comment these out by highlighting them and hitting Control/. And then here, I'm going to include, since this is where they were, client macros.config. Let me see here. Present. Ooh. Thanks for the typo. There we go. All better. Update my firmware. Save and close. I guess we probably should do all the updates, huh? Okay, let's do the updates. Let's see where we're at here though. Let's keep going. Okay, then we're at first checks. So we've configured all of this. If we do the update firmware, we should have done the update firmware at the beginning of this. Oh well, lesson learned. Let me firmware restart and see what happens. Failed automated reset of MCU. Why? Failed automated reset of MCU. Is this the... What is the here, BT, oops. If I go to machine and, is it here? No. Restart method, is that where I'm missing? I noticed I didn't have that there. Does that need to be here? Let's save and restart. I noticed that wasn't there. Let's see if that is what was going on. Woohoo! That was it. Awesome. I'm gonna let Charlie out. Give me a second. Go. Go. Okay. Hey, I'm proud of myself for noticing that wasn't there and figuring that was the problem. Okay, so as far as the configuration is concerned, we have something that's valid. Whether it works or not, we still need to test. At this point, I'm gonna do what I should have done. Hey, Blam. I should have done at the beginning and update the firmware, which means going through and updating all the different controllers. Some of them may not actually require to be updated, the MCU part of the firmwares. So let's see. Let's go through and do that. Let's refresh this just to make sure it's got the latest. Well, I should have done this at the beginning, Bear Squad. I should have done this at the beginning. Okay, so we are going to update main set. Oh, I should have just said update all components. Let it do it on its own. But that's okay. Update Moonraker. Is there no ERCF update setting in Moonraker? I'm not sure. I'm done with my, almost done with my coffee. Wow. I stepped 6 feet this way and the temperature difference is significant. Try again. Close. And then the big one. Update clipper. Let's see what breaks. Okay. Everything's updated. Let's see. You can't see it because it's behind chat, but there's warnings here. That's an old warning, so let's close that. And policy kit is an announcement. I think I've already done all of that. Okay, so now let's go through and update the different controllers. Blake Sullivan, new AC in the garage. No, I have an old AC. So I have an old portable AC unit that's just keeping me at a good temperature while I stream. I'm gonna wait until the off season to look at a permanent solution. Wait until it cools down. So let's go through and update all of the MCUs to the latest versions. Let's go back here. I usually froze. Am I frozen? I hope not. Oh, a little bit. Let's let this recover. Froze a bit. Are we back? YouTube is giving me a warning. Are we back though? Let me let Charlie in. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I got a warning from YouTube that I wonder if my family's trying to stream or something. AC's too cold, froze the stream. I'm gonna, oh, hi Charlie. No, that's the Thunderbolt cable. Here, let's go here. There we go. I'm gonna navigate over to the SD card update stuff. See if we can do this. I think we can do it with the SKR 1.4, right? Back soon. I'm going out of the store for the first time in 2 weeks. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. For anyone who wants a guide on automating MCU updates with a single script, this guide is awesome. Ooh. So will that update all of the, all of them? Tetsu? Should I follow that right now? Give us a check on this stuff, see? Let's look at that. Let's look at the link that Tetsu posted. Is that right? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Why is that? What the hell? That's not what I want. Okay, let's do this. See you, Evil. I tried copying the link. What is going on? That is weird. Copy. Paste. There we go. It takes some setup though. Is it worth it trying to go through it right now? Automating Clipper MCU updates. Well, just click go to site. My default browser is not what I use to share on screen. That way, if I click on something I don't necessarily want to show up on this screen, it doesn't. So. I just clicked on it into the default browser and then copied the link there and then pasted it over here. Yeah, what screwed me up there is that the browser I'm sharing is not my default browser. Charlie is in need of attention. Let's get some real Charlie time here. He's loving that though. Get all the hair everywhere. Is that done? Are you done now? You are. Woo! All the hair. Okay, let's go back here. Automating Clipper MCU updates. Whenever you update Clipper on your host system, prerequisite, basic knowledge on how to update Clipper on the command line via SSH. A board that supports flashing the firmware via an SD card. Menu config. Oh, this takes some setup. I think I remember looking at this. I'm going to go manual right now, but know that this link is probably really awesome and I'm going to explore it more further. But let's go and do just the manual updates for these. So let's just work our way through the various boards. So we are here. We are in the right spot. I think since we're already set up for it, let's do the easy board first, actually. So that is all correct. Let's make clean. And then how many commands back was this? Did I just make? Yeah, I think it's just make. And then I'm gonna put it into its mode with the tweezers. So since we already had the menu config settings for the easy board, I'm doing that first. So now it's done that. Now I can go to the flash command, which was the ACM2 one. And Charlie wants out. I'm gonna play this game every time. grab my tweezers and make sure I don't accidentally short out the wrong pins. This is really tight in here. 1, 2, right? Nope, I didn't get them. 1 and 2. Nope, I'm not doing it quick enough. 1, 2. One, two. There. Oh, what in the world? There we go. Now it's in. Now it's orange. And enter. No device found. Why isn't that working? Don't need to enter the bootloader? Should I instead be flashing that to this? And doing that right here? Like that? No. It didn't flash by ID. Still sees it there. Do I want it to not be in bootloader mode then? I haven't actually updated one of these before. Oh, that was the wrong. Oh, that's interesting. That is wrong. Okay. That and... No, that was correct. I just copied that one. Let's do it again. Paste that. Is there anything else weird? No. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's still on the orange light on it, but it failed. Exit the bootloader and try just to make flash. Okay. Exiting the bootloader. Uh-oh. I gotta unplug it. Here. Let's copy that and make sure that this is correct here while we're here. That was different. You're right. Save and close. I need to turn the whole thing off in order to get this shut down. I need to turn the whole thing off. Otherwise, I need to get a screwdriver in there to unplug it. So it's easier to just turn it off. Okay, power it back on. I will try that command right there as soon as it powers up, Tetsu. Colin, I did check the ID and I updated it in the config file. Okay, we're back. Let's log back in. Clipper, make flash device equals. Let's see if I still have it in the buffer. Yep. See what happens. Oh, that's a bootloader ID, not Clipper ID? Undo my ID change. Thank you. Okay. This is probably going to fail as well then, right? Yeah, so it's not found. So let's go ls/i-id. Oh, it's not there at all now. It's not there at all now. I'm using the bootloader ID now, which is wrong. I get that. I get that. But now how do I recover? Is it now back to ACM2? TTY ACM2? So it's not coming up at all now. But it still has Clipper on it. It should show up as a Clipper device right now. Unless what I was messing around with before was screwed that up. Should this just be TTY ACM2? The previous command probably corrupted the firmware on the board, so using the method you used it first. Okay, with the tweezers and BOSIC. Do I still have that command? Yeah. And then this should be that one right there is what we should be using. Does it appear in LSUSB? It does not. It doesn't appear in LSUSB. Let's try this. I really don't like how finicky this is to get it into there. There. And that. Oh, there we go. It worked that time. Now we should see it. Now we see it here. And now I need to grab this because I had screwed that up. So let's copy this, and this was the bootloader ID here. That should be right there. Save and close. Once Clipper is on the board, you can use the make flash device. Okay. Now, let's make menu config. Now we want LPC 1769. Target board uses SmoothieWare bootloader. Is that correct or not? What is the current flash for this? Look for example configs. See you, Colin. Thanks for being here. Big directory. And we're looking for generic Big Tree Tech SKR 1.4. Doesn't it? Oh, it usually tells us here. See docs/config reference. Smoothie board bootloader. Okay. Communication interface. And I don't think we need anything else here. This is it for it, right? I was looking for the docs, but says see Clipper, docs, config reference. Yeah, but this doesn't tell me for the thing, so. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Close that. Usually, you can find the at least some version of the make menu config options here in the example configs. Most of them have it at the top here. For instance, the Mini E3 here, it shows all the parameters. Where is the better place to find that? I would have gone here, but it doesn't have the make menu config parameters here. There we go. Voron design documents to the rescue. I need to do this more. Target board uses that. Okay. But we don't need the extra low level. I've been turning, a lot of things had been saying to turn that on, but I guess we don't need it. It is the 1769. Target board uses SmoothieWare, and we're using USB. So quit, save, make, clean. And then is this one of them that's supported by the SD card update? And we are SKR 1.4. So now I'm going to make. So I'm following the SD card update documentation out here on Clipper's docs. Just these things. And then we're going to run this script. Oops. And up here, the BTT SKR 1.4. Oops. Shoot. And like that. MCU type mismatch. Does it not support the turbo? Oh, that's why. Turbo 1.4. Oops. Let's try that. MCU type mismatch. Connected MCU, it's one. So the display must be 0. The SKR is 1. Yeah, it's the display. Yeah. Let's let this time out. Yeah. Let's. All of that look good? Hey, Berserker Dirk. Hey, Nuno. Whoa. What the hell happened? There. Now are we ready? Woohoo! Fumbled through it. Hey, Agent Monroe. Had to finish our Gloomhaven session before I could join. Well, welcome. And hi, Cyrus. We fumbled through it. Some is covered by the camera. Yeah, I think we're good though. Maybe silly question. I sometimes want to start prints on my 2.4 when I'm in the bathtub because I got an idea and can't slice on my phone. Does anyone know a way besides connecting with my PC? Do a remote desktop session to your PC. Okay, that is flashed. Now we need to do the display. So I always go out to the Voron hardware GitHub. And we are doing the STM32 Mini. And there is a setup guide here. The script is, I need to cover the script. You're absolutely right, Tetsu. I need to actually cover the script. I need to learn it and cover it. So, we can leave make, menu, config. Now we're gonna enable this. We're gonna go to STM and the 042, and we have a no bootloader on this. And the clock reference is internal clock. And that should be PA910. I don't think I need to restart the Clipper daemon yet because I'm still flashing another thing. So I'll start it when I'm done, right? And that should be the setup for, let's move this over here, for that display. So let's quit and save, make clean, and LS USB should show our, oh, it's not. So let's put it into, let's put it into DFU mode. So let me see about getting access to the back side of it. Oops, shoot. I had a spool holder on there. Let's see if I can keep it plugged in, get access to the boot pins here. So should be able to do is unplug it, and I'm gonna completely get in the way. So maybe I'll switch to this camera. Unplug it. Jumper the pins on the little display adapter. Then plug it back in. Hey, Dustin. Why don't we do this too? There you go. Okay, and then remove this jumper. So since I don't have a reset button on this board, now if we go back to here and run LS USB, we should see an STM. Now we see the STM microelectronics device in DFU mode. Now we can make, what is the, and then make flash this. So make. Can the STM32 mini board drive the full size discount rep rep full graphics display? I think so. Which terminal program are you using? Windows command prompt. Oops. And then make flash this. Cool. Sudo service clipper start. Ow. Just stabbed my hand with my tweezers. Okay, everything should be updated now. Little half an hour detour to make sure we were at the latest version of Clipper. So if we go back here, go to our dashboard, everything is happy. It's temperatures. Let's see, devices here. All devices are on 515. I am silly for using MOBA Xterm. I doubt it. I'm just using the tools that are right here on the computer. I haven't had a need to switch to anything different. Okay, we're up to date. Now we can move on. We're up to date, things seem to work. If I home it. Things still work. Okay. I'm gonna close a bunch of these extra windows. To be honest, I didn't know you could do it from a command prompt. Just the SSH command in Windows is what I've been using to get there. It's recent in Windows. Let's go back to the manual. I need to learn how to SSH with Windows command prompt. I'm in here now, but if you started with a Windows command prompt, just open it up, Andrew. I just run SSH and then the username, which is pi, at the address for the printer. And then it'll ask for your password and you can probably mistype your password at least once, see? Maybe twice. Yep. Third time's a charm, there we go. So let's get that out of the way. I'm using Windows 10. Whatever the latest patch is, I'm using Windows 10 right here. Okay, so all changes. We're not getting any errors. We're not getting anything weird yet. So now we're going to go through our first checks. ERCF macros naming convention. You will notice that many of the ERCF macros start with an underscore character, while only few do not. Reason is simply that under main sailor fluid, all the macros starting with an underscore will not be displayed by default. This allows for a cleaner UI. I appreciate that. Use those G codes to test that the selector motor end stop works as expected. Triggered when you click it open. Otherwise, do not look for the gear stepper end stop. It doesn't exist. It's a dummy pin. So both motors turn, but whether the G codes induce slow, almost silent moves. So query end stops. So let's just see what happens when we do this. Manual stepper gear selector triggered. Gear stepper triggered, manual stepper selector triggered. Should it be triggered right now? And if I put this up to the end, do we get a different behavior? Selector stepper open. That seems backwards, but it says triggered when you click it, open otherwise. Okay, so those are backwards. So that end stop needs to be inverted. So let's go to machine and hardware and the manual stepper, gear stepper. What was that? That was manual stepper, selector stepper. Manual stepper, selector stepper. It's backwards now, right? Selector stepper, end stop pin is inverted. So let's change that and save and restart. So remove the exclamation point inverts the pin. So it was inverted. It was the opposite behavior of what we were expecting. So now if I query the end stops, it should be open now, where it was saying selector stepper open. Now if I move it into position, we should get triggered, and we are. So now that's working correctly. So one thing at a time. Now we want to stepper buzz and see if these things move. I'm going to grab this command. And we are the manual stepper gear stepper. So which one is that? And can we get a view on this when it does? Let's find out which one it's going to go. I think I just have to hold this. And which one's going to move? Okay, so that one moves. I think that's even the positive direction, first move. So that's working. And I think it's in the correct direction, but we'll change it if we need to, but that's good. And now we need the manual stepper selector stepper. So we got the selector stepper and the gear stepper. What do we have? Oh, what do we got? R1CH4RP. How do you want to be referred to? I'm not sure how that spells out. Rich Arp? Welcome. Is that Sanjay then? Okay, so let's get this command and test the... I'm gonna just kind of hold this up here again. Hopefully it's adequate, and we should get a movement here. I don't know what direction is the positive direction, but it is moving. It's hard to tell, but it's moving. Oh, that's Sanjay. In the blue hex, yes. Okay, so they work. I'm not 100% sure that they're going in the right direction yet, but I'm sure we'll figure that out as we move. And it's easy changes. So we know that functionally things are going. I think we're probably testing the optical sensor here pretty soon. So this all passed. You think it's backwards, John Paul? So we'll keep that in mind, but go with the flow for the next bits, because I'm not sure what the first movement, what the positive direction is. Servo arm. So the servo only have 180 degree range, hence the servo arm. Hey, pushing plastic. Servo arm cannot be installed in random position on the servo axis. G-code, I've got a minor problem here. I'm not sure I have the right screw for this. I have a half-built ERCF with all this programming. I'm not sure I want to finish it. The thing is, I've come into this mostly green on this, and all we're doing is following the directions. So it's not been too bad. So first use, run this ERCF servo up. This will move the servo axis to the up position. Now install the servo arm. So let me get this where I can see it. And I can see it. You're not going to be able to actually see what this is doing. So let me just run this real quick. You're not going to be able to see that little, without a servo arm on it, it's not going to be visible. And I've got all kinds of extra characters here. So this thing should move. I'm just going to put my finger on it. Okay. Is there a servo down command? Because it may have already been in the up position. Let's try this. I want to move this before I bother putting anything. I'm getting extra characters suddenly. I want to move this before I bother putting that arm on. So let's go 90. It's not working. So something is not working. It's not moving when I set a value. $180. Nothing's changing. Okay, what is going on? So why is it not doing anything? Where's my wiring for that? It's coming around there, and then I have very possible I have the it not connected correctly. Yep, exactly. I may have it not connected correctly. I'm going to look this up, but if anybody knows, on the output from a Savox servo, and probably from any, I've got wires, I've got brown, red, and orange. It's not doing anything is the concern I have. Yeah, no, it's not responding to anything. So I suspect it's wired wrong or a bad servo or something. So brown, red, and orange or yellow. It's kind of orange. What are those? Let's make sure that my assumptions when I wired this up are correct. Yellow, brown, and red for the signal, ground, and 5 volts. That's what I have. So that's what I did for my wiring. So let's check the easy board. And oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's just look at the silk screening on here. So we should have signal on the processor in, and that's right, ground in the middle, and plus 5 volts there. It's wired correctly. So here, I'll give you guys a view of this. We've got, see if that'll focus. Focus? There we are. So that's the servo. The green wire is signal, the black wire is ground in the middle, and the red wire is 5 volts. Now I changed it. I remember I put a extension on this, so I changed the colors because for the wires that I had. So let's first take the suggestion that someone was saying, and let's make sure that this should be PA5. So PA5 should be the pin for, PA5 should be the pin for the servo. PA5 is a pin for the servo. Oh. I wonder. Can I get in there with something to test this? see if I can get in there with my voltmeter. Let's go back. Let's go back. Hold on a second. Derek, $20. Thank you. Steve, just because in chat said Nero had problems with weird characters when copying from the manual, and it would be the third project where copy and paste would hurt you. Could you please type the command manually? I can't. Let me check the voltage here since I got the thing out. But yeah, that's bit me at least once. So let me do this real quick. See if I can get in here and see if I can get this down into. I am getting 5 volts there. So since I was getting some weird extra characters there, let's try that. I am getting 5 volts there though. I was concerned because I ran the board without a heatsink on the voltage regulator. I might have damaged it at some point. That is all good. So let's close that. Let's go back here and we are simply going to ERCF servo up. Underscore ERCF servo up. Let's see if I can get my finger on this so I can feel it. No, it's not doing anything. It's not doing anything. I wonder if I have a bad servo. It's untested. It's untested. I have other servos. Let me grab one. What are we supposed to be using for this thing? Dinner time, Sanity? Have fun. I've got some random servo here. It should still work. I tried a down command. It didn't do anything. I tried an angle command. It didn't do anything. I think you're missing the pull-up in one of the places it asks for one. I can't get my fingers in there to try to move it manually. The bad motivator. 007 FPV, where would, I'm missing a pull-up indicator in one of the places it asked for one. Where would it have asked for one that I missed? Try them alternating, it won't move if it's down already. We've tried changing just the angle though. Hardware. What I was going to do is just plug in a different servo to the port and see if it moves. That's just my first test since I have another servo here. I need to repin this because the pinout isn't quite right. So let's go ahead and shut this down and just try this. So I'm gonna go and swap. I'm gonna swap 2 pins on this DuPont connector here. It's ground's in the middle. Power. So we've got this. We're gonna unplug this. Unplug this guy. And plug this in. It's a DuPont into a JST connector, but we're only here for testing. Set this right here. Let's power it on and see what happens. That didn't do anything. I didn't do anything at all. The stream just dropped? Are you guys still there? Testing the servo. Yes. Servo up. Oh, this one moved. This one moved. Damn. This one moved. Now if we do the other command, we change a value. Yep, it moves. Yep. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Could be timing. Oops, I don't want to do that. So what are the settings that manage this, and what do those actually mean? It's not here. It's in the software. So the other servo is a Savox that came in the original kit for this. So I keep freezing today. I bet you I may have to go ask some of my family not to stream if they're streaming. Is the other servo really 5 volts? Yeah. Let me see if I can get a view on what servo this is. This is a Savic HSH, so I don't know, Sam Henry -0255 MG. SH-0255 MG. Stream is fine? Okay. I don't want to pull all that apart. Very funny, Mr. Clown. Savox is a good servo. Check my extension. Yeah, I need to see how, I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to do that is. What is the best way to do that? See ya, Tetsu. Let's close this. Let's shut it down and see if we can dig in. How would I test this otherwise? I don't have a servo tester. There we go. Yeah, I can get into there, I mean, a little bit. But what is going to be the best way for me to unplug this? I have RC cars, but I don't have anything set up to where I could just go with it. Here, let's just try some basic, see if I can get into here for some basic continuity tests. Where is, let's see, here we go. What do we got? I'm gonna try to do a quick basic continuity test by popping the back off of here. So I can actually get to the wires, I hope. I don't know if this is a terrible idea or not, but I'm gonna try it. I can't seem to get the back off the servo. Oh, there we are. Okay, so I think I can get to that. Here's what I got going on, just to give a little bit of a view. I got the back off of the servo so I can get to the ends of those wires, and I'm just gonna do a continuity test. See if each wire is getting through. Hey, Monkey Butler Labs. Okay, let me take one of my other leads here and take this. We're gonna test the signal wire first. Signal wire first. That should be this one. That should be that one. Okay. It's not getting through. Signal wire is not getting through. Okay, well, that's disappointing. Ground. Ground is not getting through. Did I mix these up? Did I possibly mix these up? None of them are getting through, and I kind of find that hard to believe. Let's see. Did I do this? Did I mix it up with the encoder? Yeah, that's... That's what I did. I mixed them up. I mixed them up. I labeled them backwards. Hopefully I didn't destroy the encoder. I'll let Charlie out. Hopefully I didn't damage the encoder. So they're backwards. I labeled them wrong. So, let me put this servo back together. Okay, that's back together. Now we just know, so these are the same pin out. So I'm gonna unplug this other servo. And now I just know that its encoder is servo and servo is encoder. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I was just sending, yeah. Ground and 5 volts are consistent on the pins between them. So I'm guessing that there isn't an actual problem here. Or at least not something that would have damaged the whole thing. So. Right, I labeled the wires wrong, Meadow. So the encoder I labeled as the servo and the servo as the encoder. So when I was trying to do anything, I was testing the one that's labeled the servo, but it's wrong. So that's my fault. I messed it up. Where'd the cap to this go? Where'd that cap go? Oh, there it is. Phone in pocket? No, my phone is not in my pocket. It will never be in my pocket for a stream, if I can remember. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to, well, I guess that doesn't really help. So let's just put that on. Let's power it back on and see if we caused any permanent damage. Can damage the easy board if servo goes in one of the other sockets according to the manual. We'll find out. We will find out. Nope. Nobody's becoming a mod. My pocket isn't hacking us today. My phone is over there. Okay, let's try again. Dashboard. I'm gonna put my finger up on this thing. There we are. Let's run servo up. Woohoo! That worked. Servo value 180, moved it. Servo up, moved it. Woohoo! Okay. So, servo's working. Ugh. Now, I gotta find the servo arm. My box of ERCF stuff. There we go. Servo arm is this little thing. And Charlie wants in. Charlie. Ugh. Now's a good time to relabel for future use. Yes, it is. I'll do that later. So, servo arm, servo screw. Now install the servo arm on the servo so that the arm extension almost touches the bottom of the servo as shown below. Okay, so that goes on there. I'm gonna have to unclip this again. I'll do that later, yes. Yeah, I don't know how I'll get into that right now, so. Let's see if this other servo has a correct screw on here that'll fit this Savox one, because I don't think I have the screw for it. Hi, Charlie. Charlie. Is that the correct screw? Huh. Doesn't even thread into that one. Let's see. Can't really get into anything here. It's not that one. Go back to this view. That's not the right threads. Is this by chance an M2? Now let's find out. Is this an M2? Yes, it appears to be. Okay, M2. So I need a short, very short M2. Guess I can try that. Is that too short? Ooh. Charlie is the best boy. That's for sure. That is a tiny M2, but we'll try it. Nope, wrong screwdriver. There's no room to get in this. I don't know how I'm actually going to thread this in. Maybe I can go from this angle. I have no idea how I'm going to actually thread this in. Let's go at a different approach for this. Hi, Charlie. Let Charlie do it. He has smaller paws than me. Probably do a better job at it than me. Let's try knocking this over here. And where'd that piece go? Where did I put the... Ah, there it is. Sure. This goes on here so that it almost touches... Hi, Charlie. That should go right there, but... And then tiny screwdriver. Get any kind of angle at this. Nope. That didn't do it. Hi, Charlie. Wow. I don't know what I'm going to do here. I can't get a screwdriver into there. I need an M2 screw. Oh, that's probably a good idea. That's a great idea. Let me see what I have for the ES15 box. I don't have an L shape for this, is the problem. This is a teeny tiny screw. Let me try a bit for my ES15. See if I can find a small enough Allen head for this. Nope, its selection is terrible. Okay, next try. Here, an old mini repair screwdriver set. Let's see what I have in here. Ah, this is promising. Maybe this one? Woohoo, that works. Okay, let's try that. That was a good suggestion. Probably need a little longer version of this. A little longer screw. Oh, a little longer screw needs a bigger wrench. Apparently. Need to buy a Wear Allen key set? Yes. Let's try this. There we go. I think we got it. And Charlie's worked his way around the bench and back to the floor, so we're good. I think if we look at this, should be able to go back and servo up. Shouldn't do anything because it's already there. Oops, that's the wrong direction. Minus 180? Okay. It's moving. Let's try the, what was it, 130 or something? It's trying to move way further than it's... $90. Wow. That's moving way more than 90 degrees. At least it seems to be. Let's try 45 degrees. It's moving the same amount no matter what I tell it to do. One. Yeah. That was 1 degree. Checking steps. Okay, let's look at the documentation. Let's look at the documentation. Servo, tuning servo angles. With angle being the angle you want to test to finally tune the up and down position of the servo, alternate from one position to another, up versus down, to always have a full swing on the movement. To get a reliable system, ensure that for the up position, don't make the servo arm collide with the servo body. You want the servo arm to stop right at the servo body, which is, I think, what it's doing right now. When it's in the up position, I think it's okay. Did you set the servo angle to center before attaching the arm? No, because it told me to put it on at the up position. And it is. In the up position, I put the servo arm, so we're okay there. Well, let's try this. What is down? Oh, okay. That was good. Here. Yeah, that was actually good. If I go up, it moves there. If I go down, it moves there. Now, when I go down, it moves the other stepper a bit. I don't know why. Up. It's not over traveling now when I use the actual macros. Down. But interestingly, here, let's see if I can get a better view here. Watch. No, you can't see that. So I'm gonna go servo up. That moves it back, but watch what happens when I go down. It moves this for some reason. Why would that be? Delmore, I did that. I set it to up and then I installed the arm. It seems to be working okay right now, but I'm not sure why it's moving this stepper. We'll check it out. Maybe it jiggles it. Monkey Butler Labs, thanks for becoming a member. The down command also buzzes the selector to ensure the BMG gear engages. Perfect, that makes sense then. That makes sense. We probably figure that out once we read more of this. For the down position, the servo arm needs to be in a vertical position as shown in the picture below. So we're a little beyond that. So start from a smaller angle, increase the test value little by little. Don't forget to go back to the servo up position between each new test. The servo down command will make the gear motor buzz, there we are, to ensure a proper gear meshing. Just like John Paul said. If you notice the servo arm sliding back a lot, roughly more than a millimeter after the move is done, increase the angle a little more. So we are going to start from a smaller angle and increase the test value little by little. So let's see what this does. Still not actually pushing on any of the stuff yet. Let's go to the machine, and this is in software. Right there. So servo angle for the up position seems okay. Servo angle for the down position. So do we want to go less? Let's just go a little high and go 20. Save and restart. And now we're looking for, there. We're looking for, it's gonna be a little cumbersome to deal with this, having to, so servo up should go there, which is good. Servo down, oh, so that's too far, so I need to increase that value. So that actually increased the distance there that it moved. So let's go back to software. And it was at 30, we tried 20, let's try 40. Save and restart. Let's go back to the up position. And let's go down. Oops. Let's go down. Now it's over traveling. It's possible it over traveled less. Let's see if it over traveled less. Up position is good. Let's go back to machine, software, and let's go really high on this, like 70. And see if we see a change. So up shouldn't change anything. That didn't change anything. Down. Oh, there we go. That's actually pretty close. That's actually pretty close to vertical on that. I think we should close this and see where we're at. Progress. Okay, so let's close this up. Oh, I guess I just closed it onto it, but that's okay. It's not over one of these. Let's go up. Now let's use it in this position here. Let's change this. You're not I mean, I guess you can see the servo right there. Down. Okay. It pushes it into the spot. I wonder what it looks like if that value is 90. Oh, moves it out of the way. Let's change that value to 90. Just see. Save and restart. Oops, wrong one, that one. I mean, it looks really close. A big change doesn't seem, a big value change doesn't seem to equate a big change up here. Let's just go with it. Let's go on to the next part of the instructions. So the servo is moving up and down. It appears to be good. Just move this out of the way and check the next part of the instructions. Servo up position, servo down. Don't forget to set the final value in the ERCF software config and reload your firmware so that all changes are accounted for. The back of the servo arm should be horizontal when the servo is down. Well, let me double check that. It looked really, let's try it. It is very, here, let's see if we can get a view. That's down, so it's maybe just a little over. What do you think? Is that what you're thinking, John Paul? Is it maybe a little too much? Maybe I need to go to 100? What do you think? Hi, Paul. Let's move this out of the way. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Steve. YOLO it, we can adjust from there. Oh, it needs to go further. No, actually, let's look at this picture here. I was looking at this angle here being vertical. It actually needs to go further. So let's make that happen. Let's make that happen. Let's play with these values a little more. Based on that picture, I don't think I'm far enough. Yep, just looking at this is the guide. This is the edge I was looking at. I need to be looking at this edge. So let's go back here and, yep. And I think I want to go, 120? Or was I going too far? Is it the other way I need to go? I need to go the other way. So back to 70. What was 70 again? Go up. Down. Yeah, that's closer. That's closer. Yeah, 70 looked better than 90. This is... that's in between, so we might need to go to like 50. So let's try 50. And we're getting right back down where we were before, right? Let's go up, down. That's looking pretty good. Go up, Down. Does that look good? Up. Down. Now, I don't know what that, am I over traveling on this, or is it, what is that extra noise going on? Can you guys hear any of the noises I'm hearing? Yeah, I'm seeing that little bit of over travel. Is the problem noise is hitting the end stop, back it off slightly. Go to 55. Okay. Let's try that. Is this the mirror image of the manual? I think so. Up. Down. Still does that little tiny bit of over, or bounce back, or whatever you'd want to call it. On down, the extruder part moves to mesh the gears, right? Yep. Tray is in set servo angle width 0. What does the width 0 mean? So when I was trying the angle command before, here, let me bring that up. Let's see if this does what I think it is. So if I go here, okay, so maybe that's doing the same thing. Up. Okay, so that's 55. And yeah. Up. And then 50 is this. They're all doing that. Width is how long to leave the motor engaged. So if I do width equals 0, this is down right now. And let's go 55. Let's go up. The width 0 doesn't seem to make a difference at all. The width 0 doesn't seem to make a difference at all, but we're going to go with the 55 number for right now. Yep, and that's where it's at. Okay, back to the manual. Insert a small PTFE tube like 5 centimeters or so in the selector cart in order to ease filament insertion during the calibration phase. Okay, I'm going to take this off and grab a short piece that I had cut off before. Ugh. Read above pictures. You're talking about here? If you notice the servo arm sliding back a lot, more than a millimeter, after the move is done, increase the angle a little more. It's not, I don't think it's moving more than a millimeter, so let's just go move on. Oh, I wasn't using the right command. I see that, Kyle. I see that. For the width 0, I wasn't using the right command. But I don't think it's moving back more than a millimeter. Let's move to the encoder part. Okay, use ERCF motors off. Bounce back is normal. Okay. Let's go here. Here. What the? Oh boy. Okay, so now everything should be disabled. Should be able to, yep, move stuff. Oops. Let's put the servo in the up position so we can move it. Servo in the up position, things can move around. Then move my hand the selector in front of a tool. You can start from the first tool, for example, okay? Push and pull some 1.75 millimeter filament in the channel and use it to finally adjust the position of the selector. Okay. Where is some filament? Grab something that's not been bent around. Just grab something about that much. Okay. Now, what does this actually mean? Push and pull some 1.75 millimeter filament in the channel. Ah, there it is. Okay. Now what? Now, see next page before doing anything else. Query the selector position. Remove the filament from the channel. Then use, okay. So I'm gonna pull that. That felt like it went in and out easily. So now we're gonna use this command. Control C. With N being the number of the tool you want to calibrate, and we're on tool 0. This will make a selector homing move and then report on the console the resulting position of the corresponding tool. This is cool. This is a neat thing. So I'm going to go 0. Oops. So I'm going to run that. And let's move this up so you can see the output. No trigger on manual stepper select after full movement. What did it do? Okay. That's weird. Oh, it's backwards. So what's going on right now is it's moving in the wrong direction. So this is the selector stepper. Yep. Half a step ahead of you, John. Only because of the delay. Only because of the delay in YouTube. So we're gonna go to hardware. And this is the selector stepper. Gear stepper, selector stepper, direction pin, invert. Right? And save and restart. Now, since these are off again, I'm gonna redo this thing. Get this through there. Yep. That looks good. So now pull the filament out. You want to make sure you pull that filament out because it's going to move and it's going to get jammed up if you don't. And now, if I run this command on tool 0, there we go. Selector position 1.9, working as intended. Note that the G-code command will automatically turn the ERCF motors off once it's done, okay? So variable color selector, so tool 0 through tool 8. So I'm just gonna write down, or we're gonna remember 1.9. Where can I, here, 1.9. Now we're gonna move this and we're going to go to the next tool, I presume. There we go. That is tool 1. And we go back here and we go tool 1. 23.2. Where did I save that? There we go. 23.2. These are going to have commas between them, so let's just go ahead and now we're going to go to the tool 2. There we go. That's good. Do the tool 2. 44.1. Now, this is really cool because I know someone else has mentioned, I think it was even Tetsu, he's probably not here anymore, was talking about it'd be really neat to set up some sort of startup procedure when you're building a printer to where you put your tool head in a spot and then tell it to home and it'll give you your full travel of the bed. 44.1. That would be neat to be able to do. And then one more. There we go. And then I'm just running this through, just see if it catches on anything a couple of times. Just hoping I've got a good spot there. And run that on tool 3. 69.6. A little extra nice. By 0.6. Okay, so I'm guessing I'm gonna just want to take all of that And this is probably in the software config. Okay, let's go to the manual. Where does it say? Example. Don't forget to set the final values in the ERCF software config. So it's a variable color selector. Where is that? Variable. Color. There it is. So we're going to take all of this and replace it with that. Wow, we have 185 people here. That's nuts. That's awesome. Repeat, then reload. Repeat the whole operation for each tool. Don't forget to set the final values in the software config and reload your firmware so that all changes are accounted for. So that is changed. Save and restart. And we're only 3 hours into this. 3 hours in. Okay, next step. Encoder behavior. While the selector is in front of a tool, push some 1.75 filament through it and look at the selector front. While you move the filament, it should blink. While you move the filament, it should blink. I see. It's just on. I see a light in there, but it's just on. It's not blinking. Is the thing moving? How can I tell? Yeah, it's turning, but it's not blinking. Could I have, let's see if I do it really slow. I'm not seeing any blinking. I see a light, but I don't see anything blinking. What's the chances I've damaged that? Look at the selector in front. While you move the filament, the encoder should blink, making the eyes of the rabbit red. I don't see any light through that, is the problem. I don't see any lights through that. Make sure that the LED state stays the same when the filament doesn't move. And when you move slowly, the filament will turn on and off as a function of the filament position. Note that moving the filament fast will just make the LED appear red. It's simply blinking really fast. But even if I move this really slow, it's not doing anything. Now, is that because this is adjusted? There's an adjustment here. So all it needs to do, I can feel, and I can feel the bearing down here. I can feel the filament moving this assembly in here. It's doing its thing, but also there's an adjustment for moving this optical sensor, and that might be what I need to do. Note that moving the filament, this will display the current encoder position. Make sure this value does increase when you move the filament. So let's see. Let's see what this does. Oops. We're going to copy this. And we have a few adjustments here. So encoder position, encoder value is 0. So if I move this a little bit and do it again, it's still 0. It's not detecting it. So what is the... In case of issue, make sure that the BMG gear can rotate properly and that the sensor is properly connected. If you still have issues, you can use the screw below the encoder cart to adjust in live the position relative to the BMG gears, right? So what they're talking about is there is a screw under here that adjusts the position of this board up or down to get it closer or further away from the sensor. Which one is that? Is that this guy right here? Yep, that's that one. So I just moved it down a little closer. Start moving it even closer. I'm just going to move this down quite a bit. Nothing is changing. Let's see. Let's see if we're getting any change in the... I'm trying to move this lower. So let's check the position. Oh, we did see a change in values. Now if I move this, yeah, we're getting, as I move this, I'm getting changes in values now. Awesome. Well, it's not consistent though, because I moved it and it didn't get a value. So let's try getting this just a little closer. It's not tight. It hasn't changed in its, yeah, I moved it quite a bit there. Yeah, it's doing good. It is not, oh, now it is. Now I think it is flashing. Yep, it is. I can't really see it through the logo on the front, but it appears to be working now. It appears to be working. We should get a big number there because I moved it a bit in between. And every time I'm moving it, we're getting a change in value. So I'm going to consider that good right now. Awesome. Okay. The rabbit eyes, I don't see the light through. It's not bright enough or it's not angled in the right spot, but I can see it. It's working. Sweet. Top hat lockers, checking the grip. We now have to tune the top hat lockers for each tool. Use the G code. Yeah, it's off. Pull this filament out. I think we're gonna need it though. Let's make sure everything, yeah, everything's off. So put the selector in front of the first tool and push some 1.75 filament through it. We celebrate every small victory, Stephen. And all those small victories hopefully add up to a big victory at the end here. Okay, so that's in there. And we want to run this ERCF test grip. This will push the servo down and turn the ERCF motors off. Now gently try to pull the filament. If the grip is good enough, this will make the motor gear turn. Otherwise, the filament will just slip on the BMG gears, indicating the grip is not good enough. So I'm going to run that command, and it's going to, yep, it did that. So now if I pull on this, it is turning. Oh, it did turn the, but it's not, it's slipping. So I think it's not enough, which probably means we need to change these caps on the thing. Let me let Charlie out. Give it about 3 minutes before he wants back in. Okay, so let's look at the instructions. The instructions say, do not pull too fast, the filament, this will send too much EMF back to the driver. And yeah, we did it slow. Swapping top hat lockers. Okay, so I get an idea of what we need to do here. We need to move the servo up and then pull the filament out, move this out of the way, and then pull the cartridge out. How do we pull the cartridge out easily? How do we get a grip on this? Pull back the top hat of the filament block. Swapping top hat lockers. In case the grip is not sufficient, open the ERCF and open the tool latch. Oh, the tool latch. Yep. So let's open this. Oops. Give you a view. And then there's a tool latch on this side. There we go. And that comes out. And now we're going to swap this for, it's a 1 dot right now. We'll go to a 2 dot, right? I hope I have enough of these. There's a 3 dot. There's a 2 dot. So now these should slide off. Put a one dot on there. Put it back in. Can't really see what I'm doing, so I'm kind of, there we go. It's there. This goes back on there. This comes back here. This goes through here. Okay. Now we repeat. Test grip. And then pull it through. Yep, and that's pulling, that's turning the stepper and no slipping that I can detect. Cool. So now run servo up and we move to the next one. Okay. Hand cutting ACM panels is far easier than I thought, just a box cutter. Yeah, I think you can score and break, right? Okay, so that's test, and then I'm gonna pull. And that one's on the edge. That one's on the edge. I don't know how many of these 2s I printed. I've got a bunch of the 5s. I'm a little concerned I'm not gonna have enough. There's a 2. I'm gonna leave that one alone because it's on the edge. And we'll come back to it if we need to. I've got a 2 and a 3. And a bunch of others, but we're gonna leave that one right there. You probably want to change the filament after doing each slot to have vanilla untouched. You are absolutely right, DJ Natty. That is a great idea. That is because the teeth on those Bondtech gears are going to wear on the filament. Absolutely right. And that would probably account for the little bit of effort I had to, the tiny bit of slip I just had on that one. So I'm gonna call that a great suggestion. And I'm still gonna move on to the next one. I ended up with 2 dots on my 5 middle carts. Being that this is such a short, only 4 cartridge, this is probably a whole lot stiffer than, say, the 9s or 12s. Did I make that? Nope, I gotta move the cartridge up. It's kind of stuff I need to remember to do. So up, and then move it over to the next one. And you know what I'm really happy about is after going through those washers, I'm not having any problems with these washers moving into the spots they're supposed to. Hi, CMZ. Okay, so now we're gonna test grip again and pull this out. Oh, that one slipped. That one slipped quite a bit. So we're gonna go to a 2 on this one. So let's move that up. Pull this out of the way. This one down. Wiggle the cartridge out of there. There we go. Hi, Juan Carlos. Then slide this out, trying to slide them out without breaking them. And then we're gonna go to a 2 on this one. This is my last 2. We are making progress, CMZ. There's just a lot. As the whole build, I mean, this is part 7 of this build, and it's not a printer. So part of this is paying attention to the details to try to maximize our chances of success. So let me grab another piece of filament. Grab another piece of filament. There we go. And back to setting the grip. Yep. That was perfect. And one more to go. So move the, oops. Move it up. Move it over to the next one. That one's used. Fresh piece of filament. I've been thinking about this build from a long time ago. Sadly, I don't have enough room to fit it with the buffer system. I still don't have 100% my buffer system worked out, but we'll figure it out. We're probably not going to do first test of this with a buffer system. That'll have to come later. I hope I don't have to use a 2 at the last one either. Okay, so set the grip. Now it's pulling, so we're good. It pulled through without any slip. So we are good. Nice. This can close. Where are we at now? Are we almost ready to do some slicer config? At only 3.5 hours. Okay, so we did. We did that. We checked all the top, we adjusted all the top hats. Only. You know, this has been the theme of this build from the very beginning, right? There is a ton of attention to details required. First home is now time to load all tools with some filament using real spools. I wonder if someone has ERCF running on a printer, not a 2.4, with only using an octopus for the printer and ERCF. I bet you. No, let me let Charlie in. Ugh. First home. So we're going to use filament. Whatever buffer or spool rewinder solution you're using, make sure that buffers are fully loaded and spools are easy to pull from. Put all filaments in the ERCF filament blocks. Make sure all filament tips are in the parking position, i.e. between the gears and the magnetic gate. Okay, let's get this set up. How am I going to do this? I've got to do a little bit of cleanup here, and I think I'm going to try maybe setting this like this. Move, get a lot of this junk cleaned up. A lot of junk. Don't need this. Let me get this servo put away. Lots stuff. Hi, freak. So I have these spool holders from my Prusa MMU2. As far as I can see, I only have 3 of them. I'm not sure where the 4th or 5th, I know where the 5th one is. I'm not 100% sure where the 4th one is. Let's see if I can find one. I thought I had 4 of them around here. Might have to wing the last one. Hey, freak. What are the official buffers implementation for ERCF? They're the carrot patch, which I guess I have the stuff for those, but I don't know that I want to deal with that right now. Well, let's get 3 of these set up, and maybe the 4th one, I'll just kind of put it on something and manually manage it. What kind of filament do I want? Let's do a silver. I don't know. A white. Here, let's grab this green and yellow. I don't know. I'm just grabbing random PLA. Just run it out of your filament box and let the, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's just letting one of them just hang. So I'm gonna run these right about here. I don't have a purple. Power's right there, so let's just run silver into the first one. Oh, and I want to, I think I want to get some short pieces of PTFE to put in the back. Hey, Ari. Let's grab some short pieces of PTFE. Hey, Emmanuel. Good day. And I think these are just going to be like 4-inch or so pieces. Or maybe I'll just cut this in half and then half again. Approximately. I'm going to put all these in the back here. Okay. And then start loading filament, huh? So this should go in here. Should. Oh, that's hitting there. Okay. It was hitting sooner than I thought. And some of this yellow. This is what I was testing the print with last night. Okay, I think that's it. And then some white that's gotten brittle at some point. That's okay. Okay, and this, what is that getting caught on? I think the servo is not in its up position right now. There we go. It was not in its up position. Have I decided what buffer system I'll be finally using? Yeah, I'm going to try the rep winder. I have the parts. I haven't printed everything for it, but that's my ultimate goal is to use that with the rep rack here. Okay, so this bit of filament is just going to kind of hang. There. So give that enough room. That's there. Got everything back there. So now, according to the instructions, we should be able to load ERCF home and it should do its thing. So the ERCF will first engage whatever tool the selector is located at to check if the filament is already in the reverse bowden towards the tool head. At this stage, it shouldn't. Knowing the filament is not in the selector way, it will then home the selector, go to the very first tool, load it just a bit, then unload and disengage. That's it. Your ERCF is now homed. So what kind of... I'm going to try to get some sort of angle here. What do we got here? Is that going to be reasonable, or do we need to do like a spool stack? Let me find some other spools and try to get a little better view. Let's go here, here. And oh, this is a good one. There we go. That's a little better. A little shaky cam, but let's try that. So ERCF home, are we ready? Hope things don't break. Let's see. There we go. Everything's in place. 3, 2, 1, go. See what's happening. Homing ERCF ended. Shouldn't it be doing more? I thought I expected it to go through each tool. It doesn't go through the tool yet? Filament already ejected. Okay. Is that all it needs to do for this step? What did it say it was going to do? The ERCF will first engage, go to the very first tool, load it just a bit, a few centimeters, and then unload it and disengage. It didn't do that. So if I what was that? Motors off. ERCF motors off. If I go there and move this somewhere else and then try this again, gonna check stuff, and now it's homed. Okay, I was expecting it to push the filament around, but I did calibrate home on the ERCF. It's calibrated home. ERCF calibrate encoder, it hasn't had me do yet. It hasn't had me do that yet. We did this part, just making sure it moves, but we haven't hit the encoder yet. So we did the test grip, did the ERCF home. Apparently that's what it does. So now gear steps calibration. We now need to calibrate the gear motor steps. To do that, we'll use the tool 0 of the ERCF. This is mandatory. So ERCF select tool 0. Okay. ERCF load. Now we should see something, right? Now let's see what we're going to see. I'm pretty sure the filament feeder is backwards. I'm pretty sure it's backwards. So let's fix that. It was spinning the wrong way to be loading it. So let's go to the machine and hardware, and now the gear stepper. That's this guy, right? It is backwards. You need to hook up to the tool head before encoder. That will send filament to the tool head sensors. And then about half on each of the following to set your ERCF. I'm just following the directions, Edge. Don't take me too far ahead. Let's save and restart this. And then let's make sure this is up. There we go. Okay. So now we're going to go back to the same thing. We're going to ERCF home. Home. Okay. Then we're going to select tool 0. And then we should be able to load. Yep. Oops, should show you. I don't know if you can see the filament there, but there's filament there. It worked. So the filament in tool 0 should now be loaded by a few centimeters and stick out from the small PTFE tube inserted in the selector. In case it doesn't, either cut the PTFE tube a bit or use the knob to push the filament a bit. Make sure to use ERCF motors off in case you need to move the knob, and I didn't. So now, cut flush the filament at the PTFE end. This will be our reference point. What PTFE end? Oh, because I probably have too long of a tube here. Should I reduce the size of this here a little bit? Let's reduce the size of this a little bit for a reference. There. Then we cut this flush to that. Yep. Now use test move gear. This will slowly push around 200 millimeters of filament. Once done, measure precisely what was the real extruded length, and then do some math. So let's do this. So we're gonna grab this ERCF test move gear, paste it there, and then that should come out about 200 millimeters. Whoa. Well, that wasn't good. What was the problem there? Why did it have problems? Why did that have problems? Let's turn the motors off. Motors off, and let's move our servo up. Now let me pull this out and see if it feels like it doesn't feel like we stripped. I wonder if we didn't set the current to the stepper. I wonder if there's something going on with that. Is servo up? Yeah. Why isn't it moving? Wait, oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Let's look at the current because it sounded like the this little selector stepper might have been skipping steps. Let's look at what settings that's set to. Hardware. So the gear stepper, TMC09, run current is 0.4. I have no idea what this stepper is. I have no idea what this stepper is. Hold current is 0.1, but it doesn't need, I mean, it's actively moving, right? I can't read what the stepper says, so I'm taking a picture of it. Let's see, this is a 14HS17-0504S, which I would guess is a half amp. Yeah, it's a half amp stepper. Interpolate true. But none of that should make a difference here, right? Let's turn Stealth Chop off. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't make a difference, you're right, but let's turn this off. And I don't know what the hold current, does that even, that doesn't matter. Oops. Let's just turn that off. Just comment it out, sure. I think it would be, but I'll monitor its temperature, but let's save and restart. See if that makes a difference. Now, I'm going to move this into position, and yeah, that pushes through by hand just fine. There's no real, and if I do, if I set the, let's put this in here. If I set the servo down, why is it continuing to? Okay. Well, let's just try it again. I was hoping to kind of walk through and manually move it, but let's just go through the whole process again. Phone away. I don't think that servo is quite happy yet. But let's go through. We're gonna home. ERCF home. And then we're going to, what was it, load? Okay. Hold current keeps from getting the stepper hot while sitting idle. Yeah. All the changes we made are the sounds I'm hearing. It's actually from the stepper, I think. We'll play around with it. Let's do the whole thing. I want to start over. So, servo up. Pull this out. Put this in there. Start from scratch. So, our first is homing. So we want to home. Okay. Now let's go to the instructions. So now we're going to select tool 0. Okay. So we've selected tool 0. Now we're going to load. Okay, so it's loaded. Now we're going to cut this flush. And now we're going to run the test move gear. Wow. Okay, so we should have gotten 200 millimeters. We are at, let me get my glasses, but I think that was 204, which is pretty close. I'm gonna say 203.5. Yeah, that worked better. So those changes to the stepper settings were the ticket. So 203.5 is what we got. Let me go back here. We'll slowly push around 200 millimeters of filament. So new rotation distance should be the old rotation distance times measurement divided by 200. So 203.5. 203.5 divided by 200. Now it should be times whatever the rotation distance is. So that must be in machine hardware, right? And is there a rotation distance per? That's this guy here. 22.6. 22.6. 789 511. So 23.075. 23.07583. Hey, Nuno. So new rotation distance is the old rotation distance times measurement divided by 200. Update the value. And you can use again this directly. So I should cut that flush again, right? Should I cut that flush again? It doesn't say. Well, we can't just do that again. We have to go through the whole process again. Yeah, I'll go ahead and cut this, but we have to go through the whole process again because we have to save and restart this. Servo up, and everything else should be off. So there we go. Get this back into its spot. There we go. Well, we have to go through it because I had to save that new value. So we got a ERCF home. Okay. And then ERCF select tool 0. Okay. Now we ERCF load. Perfect. Now we cut it flush. And then what was the command? Test move gear. So now we should be at straighten this out a bit. Right at 200. That's okay. We went through it. It worked. So that is calibrated. Right at 200. What's next? Encoder calibration. It is assumed you still have the filament of tool 0 slightly loaded, a few centimeters after the encoder. Well, if not, you can use ERCF home, ERCF. This will push and pull back 50 centimeters of filament 5 times in a row and measure each move the number of increments measured by the encoder. Make sure you have those 50 centimeters available. Okay, so that's fine. We're good where we are, even with the 200 millimeters. So let's grab that, and it's going to do a bit of math for us, it looks like. Oh. It's locking up. Something's locking up. Something's jamming up. I don't understand what. Can you guys hear that? It seems like it's jamming up. I mean, I don't understand what it's doing. That's really odd. I just turned the motors off. There is no resistance here. Is the servo still down? Yeah. There's no resistance here at all. It's an OMC NEMA 14 stepper from a V0. There's no resistance here. Is that normal, what I was seeing and hearing? Is it just it holding? Because there's no resistance in this path. I'm turning this by hand, and there's nothing hitting anything. I don't think it's the grub screws. Nope. Grub screw's tight. Yeah. Yeah, I'm turning this forward and back way beyond what it was trying to do, and I'm not hitting any resistance. Yeah, nothing's hot. What do I have for alternative steppers? Let's just try a different stepper. This is an unknown. I've never used it. I got it used. Maybe too fast for unloading or loading. Servo arms down. Yeah. Yeah, and it's supposed to be when it's doing this. Where are stuff? The stuff. Oh, that's not what I want. Ooh. Well, even at that, the stepper is starting. I mean, it's not room temperature anymore. It is it's a 1.8 step. Are the pairs correct and pins defined correctly? It wouldn't move at all. We had a successful test for that 200 millimeter length, and that stepper was involved. We had a successful test there. This is all moving. I mean, there's no obstruction here. Sounds like a problem you had with the machine you had the 0.9 motors on when you had a problem with the Euclid docking. This, I haven't heard this before. This is a little weird. You changed the holding current to 0. No, I turned it off. I turned the holding current off. It loaded the 200 millimeters just fine. So why is it failing on this? Here. It's this guy here. So this is the gear stepper, right? This is the selector stepper. Where is the speed set for that? Velocity 200? What if I change this? What if I change that? Oops. What if I change that to 100? Make a little note for myself. You're right. You're right. I was in the wrong spot. Thanks for catching that, DJ Natty. Velocity is only 35 on this. Well, maybe that's too high. Let's see if this is what's going on. Let's try 15. This is probably max velocity. Save and close and look at the software. Oh, long move speed. So speeds and accels. Long moves are faster than the small ones. "100 millimeters per second should be quiet with the NEMA 14 motor, but if you can go lower if you really want to be low noise." What are these moves that we're doing? Long moves or short moves? Does it say here what it's doing? It doesn't say. But that still doesn't make sense. Is it moving that it? Let's just cut all those in half. Let's just cut all those in half and see what happens. Back to the dashboard. We are going to home. Okay. And then select tool 0. And then load. And what happens if I load again? We'll give us a little bit of extra room there. And now we want to do the ERCF calibrating encoder. Oh, that was the other one. Whoa. No, that's what we wanted to see. It's doing it. It's not airing out this time. So this just may not be the stepper for this. This is an untested stepper. It's what I grabbed off the shelf from a pile of stuff that I got with another pile of stuff. But it's doing the whole thing now without any of the weird noise. So it's 20 to 80 is the gearing. It's 5 to 1 or 4 to 1, sorry. We are 4 hours in now. Palfest, I have a rep winder that I haven't assembled yet. I've got other NEMA 14s I can try. I even have up to the latest big LDO V0 steppers that I could try. I don't want to rebuild this thing if I can help it. And swap out a stepper is easy, but... Okay. So we got values here. So it went through. We went through and we got a bunch of values here. What value do we want? Resulting resolution for the encoder. That's what we're looking for. Resulting resolution for the encoder is 1416431. And where do we put that? We're calibrating the encoder. Write this new value for the encoder resolution in the ERCF software ERCF section. So let's grab this. And go here and software and ERCF encoder resolution right here. There we go. That was moving 700 millimeters is what it was saying, I think. Save and restart. What was that moving? Number of counts. Load direction. Yeah, I don't know. Something we can check is in the ERCF hardware here, we've got an 80 to 20 gear ratio. All of this is correct, so I think we're okay. What's next? You can have different values for the load and unload direction up to around 5 counts. This is not an issue. However, if you have very inconsistent results, either in the same direction between, okay. Oh, I should have ERCF eject, but that's okay. I can just restart. The internal diameter of PTF tubes used to have a drastic impact on MMU systems and therefore for the ERCF. It is strongly encouraged to use 2.5 ID PTFE. I don't have any of that. It is only recommended to use 2 millimeter if your ERCF is installed vertically and that you notice that the parked filament tend to fall down by themselves out of the ERCF gears. 3 millimeter tubes tend to be pinched very easily. We'll just keep going. ERCF position, we did that. All of this is good. Are we ready to Move on. Final calibration. Once the ERCF is properly installed in the printer toolhead sensor installed and working, we can perform the very last calibration of the ERCF. Use ERCF calibrate. Okay, so let's get this. We're gonna move the servo up. Pull the filament out. It's there. It's there. All of them are there. This will, so ERCF calibrate will home it. It'll load tool 0, unload the filament, load the next tool, perform a measurement with the encoder to determine the gear ratio to apply for this tool. Filament will not go into the tool head for this. Oh, I should probably set all the, put my PTFE back in here, okay? And repeat the last 3 steps for all the tools left. So I should, since it's gonna home and set the tool, let's just run this command right here and see what happens. Are we ready? I think we're ready. Enter. Homes. Does its thing with the first filament. What's it supposed to do now? Load the next tool. It's not doing any of that. Perform a measurement with the encoder to determine the gear ratio to apply for this tool. It's not moving on. What's causing it to not move on? I'm not getting any. ERCF, start the, oh, let me switch here. Start the complete auto calibration. First home the ERCF. It's homing. Is this gear stepper is triggered? Eject filament if, oh, now it's doing something. I guess I just had to wait. I didn't expect that to be that kind of a pause. Oh, now it's gonna, is it going to, if you can see, the filament is right here. Is it looking for the end position? And it did heat up the tool head. Yeah. Yeah, and the extruder stepper is moving. So I think it's just waiting until it triggers the tool head in the filament sensor in the tool head. Okay. Now it's pulling it back out. There it goes. Oh yeah, this is where the buffer's important. Oh yeah, that's moving. Oh, it missed something. It didn't actually, yeah, it didn't It didn't do it. It didn't do it. Error loading filament. No filament detected during the load sequence. Okay. So I think... let's go... ERCF. Okay. Now that is all the way to the end. What are the motors off? Motors off. That one's all the way to the end now. None of these were actually to the washer there. Now they're all to the washer, so let's try it again. Hi, Sean. They're all to the washer now. Let's get this out of the way. They're all right there up at the washer, so now let's try again. I think it's because the filament wasn't grabbed by the feed gears. It was too far back. It wasn't actually all the way up. One of the early steps said to make sure when you preload all this filament, it's touching the washers that are right here. This little gate washer. If I push that through, I can see that washer get wiggled. And that was not, I don't think it was there on the others. So we're gonna try again. So we should just be able to run the ERCF calibrate again because it'll do all the stuff for us. So ERCF calibrate has been run. And then I guess we wait because it's a little slow. Now it's going through to the tool head and doing its little bump through. I guess I could have made that number a lot longer. That's right here now. That 370, I think, is where it's stopping here. I probably could have gone a little further. So we just gotta wait for it to do its thing. Any plans to attend ERF? I am going to ERF. I'm going to Orange County Maker Faire. That's in September. I'm going to ERF in October. Then I'm going to SEMA in November. So I got a lot of traveling coming up. Okay, so now that's coming back, and let's get a view up here for you. Now it should go to... now it's moving. Is it moving? Yep, cool. There it goes. Oh, now it's going back. Why is it going back? Okay, well. Now it's going to get the next filament, and it's going. That's good. Yeah, Orange County, California, in the Los Angeles area. Yeah, absolutely, Sean. If you can make it to any of those events, find me and say hi, please. That goes for everybody. This one loaded. Make sure I have enough extra filament here. Oh, you're in Anaheim. You're right there. I don't know, but it actually saved everything. And here, let's go. It says, please reload the firmware for the calibration to be active. End of the complete auto calibration. Woohoo! Is this your most difficult build so far? Yeah, probably. Just the level of detail, and I'm spending a ton of extra time on these things, hoping... Think about it. None of the mechanical stuff, as far as those washers that we spent a ton of time in the early build on, knock on lots of wood, have been a problem today, right? We spent a ton of time on that stuff before, and they appear to be working. So, okay, let's go back. So it wants to, please reload the firmware for the calibration to be active. Okay, there's no like save. There's no save config. Just wants to reload the firmware. Okay. Don't forget to reload your firmware so all the changes are accounted for. This is it. The ERCF is finally calibrated and ready to be used. Please check the general guidelines and slicer settings before using the ERCF. ERCF guidelines. Next year, Murph, I'll get you a kilo of licorice. Hey, 0G, that's okay. So, 0G brought some black licorice from the Netherlands to Murph, and I like black licorice. A lot of people don't, but it was good. It was definitely different than black licorice here, but it was definitely good. Thanks for being here. It was good to meet you. Okay, next. Before using the ERCF on multi-material prints, it is important to check that the complete filament swap sequence works well. Yeah, I'm a weirdo for that one. That's the secret. My wife likes black licorice too, so that's the secret to our longevity. To do that, do several filament swaps out of a print as described below. How to swap filament out of a print. In case you want to load a specific filament out of a print, i.e. when your printer is in idle or even during a pause, just use T, the G-code T, and then the number, which is 0 through 3 in my case. This will home the ERCF if it is not homed already. Unload an already loaded filament if there is any. Load the filament in toolhead in next to the nozzle melting pool. This won't purge the nozzle or do any ramming or any of that kind of stuff. So let's try that. And there's really nothing to see here because I'm just going to type T0 into the thing and see what happens. So let's get a better angle here. That. So I'm just going to go T0. Now it's going to start feeding the filament. And it's going. Now it's going to feed through. It's probably going to want... You're right. Well, it shouldn't get all the way. Yeah, extrude below minimum temp. You're right. Let's go 200. Let's heat that up. You have 4 filaments. Does it worth the print time? What do you mean? Oh yeah, the stroopwafels too. Those were good. Let me heat that up and try it again. Now, according to the manual here, it should unload an already loaded filament, if any. So this will be a good test too. I don't know that I need to change that distance because now it just went all the way through. It didn't stop and edge forward. I think that all got done in the calibration, Steve. So we're at extrude temperature. So let's try this again. T0. It says tool swap request from T0 to T0. I don't know if that's, maybe I need to go T1. ERCF is currently paused. Please use ERCF unlock. Okay. T1. Whoa. It didn't do the stuff. It's trying to feed like crazy right now. It's just grinding filament. Clee. It's just grinding filament like crazy. And it turned off the cooler. Okay, let's move the servo up. And let's pull this out. Yep, it ground it to death right there. I'm going to start over with this piece of filament. And motor's off. Let's just move this out of the way and get this set up again. There we go. Is it logically possible to connect this to a V2? Why everyone attach this to Switchwire? I think, well, I'm attaching it to the Switchwire because it's nice and open. It's a lot easier to work on this on camera. I don't know what anyone else's reasoning on that are. Okay, let's put the extruder back to temperature. For some reason, it reset at some point. Have you ever tried the black licorice from Trader Joe's? I have. It's almost up to extrude temperature. So now we're going to do a T0 again and just try to load T0. Oops. T0. Okay. I wonder if this is a better view at all? Yeah, I can zoom in a bit. Maybe? We'll try it. T0. Gonna home. Going to start loading filament. Hi, Livy. Gonna run to there. Should just go to, when I run the T0, it's turning the extruder temperature off. Why is it doing that? See the min extrude temp config option for details. When I run T0, it's turning off the heater. Let's look. Let's see if we can find it. Let's go to, what part of this? Is it the, No, it's just full on turning off. It's just full on turning off the heater. I had set the extrusion temperature. Chat's in the way, but as soon as I hit T0 to load, so what we're doing here is we're running this testing filament swaps. But it won't go it won't extrude without the extruder at temperature. But when I run T0, it's turning off the heater for some reason. And why is that? Okay, let's Control F, T0. G-code macro T0. It's a variable so that it does not try to unload filament without the filament at temp. Right, but why is it turning off the temperature when I just try to load T0? It needs to be at temperature to load T0. So ERCF change tool is the command. Where is that macro? G-code macro, ERCF change tool. Yeah, this is it. Tool swap request from that to that. Why is it doing that? Does anybody have any idea if you run into this? I mean, does it do it on T1? Go back here because this didn't go correctly. Servo up. Oh, and it just reset. Timer too close error. T0 I just did once. Firmware restart. Search for extruder eject temp. Servo up. Now I can pull. Ooh, that stepper gets hot. Got all the. It's stuck down here in the. There we go. Stuck in the extruder. Okay, there. 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 Maybe the hold current is a good setting at the ERCF. Maybe. It's not. I mean, it's warm. It's not hot. That's there. That's there. I'm gonna try. Let's look at the. So Dustin, you're saying software config variable extruder eject temp. Let's see what it's set to. Let's just search for temp. Yeah. Variable minimum temp extruder is 180. Variable extruder eject temp is 240. Used during the auto calibration macro to ensure we can move the extruder. This is all correct. Why is it? I'm puzzled. If we go into just a regular extruder, minimum temp. Where's the max extrude only? I don't specify a minimum extrude temp here. Should it be? What's the command for that? Where's the extruder? Maybe I'm in the wrong spot here. Nothing? Maybe you need the min and it's set to this value on swaps. Min temp is just a error for, for checking. I don't think that's used. There should be a min extrude temp. What is it? Min extrude, something like that. Yeah, defined by minimum extrude temp, available only in an extruder. This is what I was looking for. Min extrude temp. That's not defined, but it should still be okay, right? Maybe it needs to be defined here. Okay. I want that to be 80. Save and restart that. Variable num moves 1. Number of moves to use for load unload increased to prevent timer too close error. See you, Mr. K. Variable num moves. Is that in software? Increase the 2 to 3 to prevent timer too close error. Okay. Save and restart. I added the min temp to the config, so let's see if it turns off my. So here, I'm setting this to 200. I just want that to be a 200. For the load. That's good. All those are okay. Heating up. Here, for a moment here, let's turn off YouTube chat. Just for a little bit. So see, it's heating up. And if I go down here and just say I want T0 loaded. Or here, let's have fun. Let's go T1. Okay, that's up to 200. It's up to temperature. Let's load it. So let's go 1. It's still at temperature now. Okay. I don't know what it's doing from here. Heater's still running. Heater's still running now. Filament loaded successfully. Okay. And heater's still there. Now let's go back to T0. So I should be able to go T0 and it will switch. Forming filament tip and unloading filament. I don't know why. Okay, it's unloading. It didn't turn off the heater this time. Now it should be loading filament 1 again. The filament looked bad. I mean, the tip looked bad, I think. Filament loaded successfully. Okay. It's a Revo. Now let's go T2. Well, nothing here is set up right yet. I don't know, you can't really see that. There's a little tail on it. Okay, now it's going to grab the white filament. Yep, there it goes. Oh, filament loaded successfully. So let's just go to the last one, T3. Yeah, this is a big yay. This is doing good. It's keeping at temperature. That had to have been the min temp not defined in the main config that caused the problem. Oh, see, there's the, you see that? That was the tip off of that yellow that I said looked horrible. Just make sure that doesn't cause a problem. John, yeah, it seems to be, things seem to be working. We've successfully loaded all 4 filaments now, and we've switched between them. So now, go back here and see what our next step is. So this is what we just did. We just choosing the T, the numbers. So this is good. The system itself is working. Now, I think we probably have some feed stepper issues to sort out. but I don't know if those can be sorted out without changing hardware, so we're not worrying about that right now. Preparing a multi-filament print. To have successful multi-filament prints, it is crucial to have properly tuned slicer profiles. A section dedicated to slicer settings can be found at page 124. What to do in case of an ERCF pause. During ERCF operation, the system will trigger ERCF pause if an issue is detected. When this happens, the toolhead will be parked, waiting for the user to intervene. Here's what you have to do in such an event. ERCF unlock to unlock ERCF operations, and if need be, heat back the hot end. Check what happened using Clipper console output and looking at the ERCF state. Load the proper filament, all that good stuff. Start a 4-hour print and go for the second half of today's stream. See you, Andres. Thanks for being here. At this point in this, we have a system that's working. It's changing filaments. We don't have a buffer system set up. We haven't actually printed, but we are loading and unloading filament, which is huge. So let's keep moving. This is the list of the ERCF macros that you should use. Don't use other macros if you don't know exactly what they will do. So ERCF home, the tool change, eject, and unlock. Eject currently loaded filament. We have filament in there now. Let's try this. ERCF eject. We should get let's keep moving. Of course. It's doing its thing. Oh, must home axis first. Did it lose the... What the hell? Filament is stuck below the extruder is what it's saying. Forming filament tip. Oops. Filament still below the extruder. Trying extraction again. Filament is stuck below the extruder, so it called ERCF pause. Timeout set to 7,200 seconds, 72,000 seconds. An issue with the ERCF has been detected and the ERCF has been paused. When you intervene to fix the issue, first call the ERCF unlock G-code. What happens when I do that? Refer to the manual before resuming the print. So now what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Hot end temp is still at 200. We're good. But now how do I actually fix this? It wouldn't eject, so what do I do? Do I just have to get in here and manually... Oh, it ejected. Oh, I think it had stuff. There's probably stuff in the way that's keeping it from... So what is the next thing I would do? Resume. Do I have to resume first? Now ERCF eject. It's okay. Things are, it's Now it doesn't know where it is, so it's ejecting a bit at a time, I guess. But I suspect there's probably a piece of filament down in the washer in the tool head. So now it's going to eject this little bit at a time until it detects that it's not moving anymore. Filament ejected. Okay. Clog detection mode. The clog detection and endless, clog detection and the spool modes are in beta. Clog detection and the spool. I think the rest of this is in the slicer, right? Part of the manual guide through setting up your slicer to work with the ERCF. The guide assumes you are using Super Slicer, but it will most likely work the same with other Imprusa Slicer. Okay, so let's play around with status of the tool head sensor now. Oh, that's a good, what's the command for that? I don't know what the command is. I don't think it shows up here yet, right? Oh. Gear stepper triggered. What is that? End stop manual stepper, gear stepper. I don't know what that means. But the tool head isn't in here. On your dashboard. Oh, that's right. It was in here somewhere, right? Where? There it is. Tool head sensor empty. So, okay. Yep, tool head sensor empty. One thing I do want to do, how do I tell this? I don't need T4 through 8. T4 through 8. Where do I get rid of that? Probably in software, I guess. Or do I just go down and delete them? Edit the vars file. I don't want to touch any of this. Well, those are macros. So yeah, I'm thinking they're here. And if we search for T4, G-code macro T4, here's T0 through T3. So I should be able to grab these and just comment that out. Does that sound right? Save and restart. Yeah, now we have T0 through T3. I think probably another spot to remove button from extruder section. Yeah, I think that's good. How do you comment highlights out easy like that? Control /. If you highlight what you want and Control /, it'll comment it or it'll toggle the comment. Okay, back to this. We are going to go into Prusa Slicer, which I have open. In the general settings of the printer settings tab, to activate the single extruder multi-material option and set the proper number. For each of the extruders in your list, make sure the tool name is left blank. So let's go in there. Let's bring up, come on, you can do it. Catch up. Okay, so printer settings, extruder. Extruders 9, single extruder, okay. So extruders 4, single extruder, each extruder now I know where my Fabrico water bottle went. I don't know. And I'm gonna save this as Switchwire ERCF. And I'm just gonna add. Sure, whatever. Extruder. For each extruder in your list, make sure the tool name is left blank. Is it blank? Extruder. Tool name. I don't see tool name. That might be a super slicer thing. I don't use super slicer. Printer settings tab. Custom G-code tool change. Set the tool change G-code, the T next extruder. This will make the G-code generate T0 to request. So this is tool change G-code under printer settings. Printer settings, custom G-code, tool change. Tool change G-code. So we're gonna grab T next extruder. Tool change G-code. And get rid of that leading character, okay? Global behavior. The start and end G-code shown below are designed for using ERCF as a filament management solution, even for single color prints. This means that the proper filament will be loaded at the beginning of the print right after the print start. Start G-code. Okay. Print start, extruder, first temperature bed. This can certainly be done in some other slicers, but probably Prusa Slicer or Super Slicer, or maybe even Simplify 3D would probably be the easier ones. Do they have these settings? I can't copy and paste this. It's called some sort of purge after that purge line, or purge in a bucket, depending on your setup. Ooh, all of this setup will be interesting. Let's go back here to the are the slicer settings saved here. Super slicer settings. Oh, I want the... Oh, I don't want that. Change spaces. I don't, well. I'm looking for the start G code. I just want to copy and paste that. I don't want to start filament G code. That's not what I want. Where's the start G code? End filament G code. That's irritating. What else do we have to do here? I don't want start filament. I want the print start G code. I want this stuff here. I wanted to copy and paste this. But I don't know where that is that I can copy and paste it. And honestly, if you give me a second, I really need to get a granola bar or something. My stomach is grumbling. Yeah, look at the variable under start filament in that super slicer. Start. Oh, there's start. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. But that's not the whole thing. That's not the same thing that's listed here. It's not the same thing. Why isn't it? This stream is longer than an ERCF benchy print. Oh, I really want to push plastic today. That's the end game goal. We're at 5 hours right now. We're not too bad. I just need to eat something. I mean, none of this really, I don't get any of this. This start G code. Let's look at the other stuff. I suggest you use a dedicated parameter to choose the option to unload the end of the print or not. I got all of these. See ya, Monkey Butler Labs. Single extruder multi-material setup. So this is important. This is these values here. Does anybody happen to know what these values are for a Revo for this? Cooling tube position and cooling tube length. So we're going through and trying to figure out how to set up Prusa Slicer to work with this thing. So maybe I need to... Maybe I need to realize this first print isn't going to be correct anyway. Is it saying to just add the ERCF code at the end of your custom start G code where it runs right after the print start G code is ran? This is pretty much their full start G code that they're using. I don't have, here, let me, come on. We've got 2 different resolution monitors and moving stuff between them can be really frustrating. I gotta fix this. What is this saying? It's saying print start. I don't have any of these. I don't have a print start macro in my, I don't use a print start macro. I don't have a print start macro in my config. If you come over here, oh, not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. If I go here, I don't use a print start. I don't know what their recommended print start is. It says print start, but what is that print start? Let's try a different take at this. Do I have, oh, I do. So I have a multi-material, let's go ahead and save that. I have a multi-material Switchwire setup. This is what we were using for the Y adapter. This is gonna be very similar. So we have, so this is my Switchwire. This is when I had the Y adapter set up. So let's base this off of here and let's get moving on here. We have four extruders. I'm just gonna save this. Custom G code. I'm not gonna care about this. Actually, let's do that. And then let's do, I don't think we need to do anything else. All of this not being typed out is annoying. Let me just temporarily move this over here so I can type in the rest of this. So I'm gonna start this with and that's the wrong brackets. This might be a little tedious, but ECRF change tool standalone tool equals. And then brush tool purge length equals 80.0 parking move equals 0 and it equals 0. I don't know what actually any of this does, but filament sensor equals encoder sensor Enable equals 0. Do we see any typos there? I think in your case you just said, yeah, so we're just doing that right now. ERCF, change tool, standalone tool, brush tool, purge. I don't see any typing. Parking move, was that? Parking move was one word. In the Voron GitHub, there's a print start for Switchwire. Yeah. This will be fine. Cursor Slicer will take care of a lot of this. Filament settings and print settings. Oh, printer settings down here, since this is a different thing. We need the tool change. Tool change G code was T next extruder. Okay. Park move, did I miss that one? Jeez. Thank you. Oops. Park move. It wasn't parking move. Okay, let's save that. Did you get the measurements for the Revo? No, and where is that? That is... Here we are. Cooling tube position. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. Let me move my windows around here now that I'm done messing myself up. Hold on. Give me a second. Put that back over there. So, we have a Revo. What camera are we on? 1. We have a Revo. We are guessing that the cooling tube position to the center of... If you get this PDF, it shows it on E3D. Cooling tube length, I think, is going to be about 25 millimeters. And where is the position of that relative to where is a question. Is it relative to the tool head sensor? Nah, I'm not gonna bother him. I mean, we'll have to figure it out, but let's see what they say about this filament parking position. That's one that I'm curious about. So let's look at the documentation for parking position. Where was that? It was down here. Filament parking position. It is important that the filament parking position is a few millimeters smaller than the nozzle sensor to nozzle variable. Sensor to nozzle variable in the ERCF software config. All the way up here. Where was that? Sensor to nozzle. Variable end of Bowden to sensor. Variable sensor to nozzle. Galileo with ERCF and Dragon normal flow is 60.5. Also make sure the extra loading distance is the negative value of the filament parking position. Make sure the extra loading distance is the negative value of the filament parking position plus 0.2 millimeters. How are we going to figure this out? How do you actually calculate this? Or test it? A few millimeters smaller than the sensor to nozzle variable in the ERCF software config. How do you actually test? They don't show us how to actually, or give a suggestion on how to do this. I'm losing a lot of viewers right now. I'm sorry. Sensor to nozzle is that distance. It should be very similar to a Dragon. I mean, the overall length of the hot end is very similar, isn't it? Do I have one around here? Yeah. Yeah, it's very similar. Let's just go with the Dragon numbers. I'm just going with the Dragon numbers. And let's see what happens. So we're going to go with 53 and minus 52.8. 53 and minus 52.8. And we're going to go with 35 and 15. Sure. Oops. 35 and 15. Save that. And I think advanced wipe tower purge volume, not too worried about that. This is a good diagram here talking about what that sensor to nozzle and that kind of stuff is. Multiple extruders. In the multiple extruders section, enable the wipe tower if you want to purge into it. You can also try the node, all that good stuff. Filament settings tab. What are we going to print? We just want to do a print. Let's just get something, let's get it pushing plastic. I mean, can we go as simple as, we're going to do a 2-color. We're just going to do two of these. And come on. What is going on? There we go. There we are. We have a box. Let's do a 20 by 20 by 3. Let's do 2 of those. I just want to see this thing change. I wanted to see it push plastic, put it on the ground. Just see 2 things come out. This, I am going to... Oh, do I have to do... Okay, let's delete that. Let's add another shape, a box. 20 by 20 by 3. I'm gonna go extruder 1 and extruder 2. Let's move this down closer to it. What if we slice that? Oops, all my other settings are all wrong. So we're gonna redo that. And I don't need a skirt. And we do want multiple extruders. Oh, thanks for that tip, DJ Natty. Ooze prevention, we're gonna say, oh, that's okay. Let's undo all of these changes. Go back here and slice. And everything up here is all good. Let's make sure I've got a reasonable tip on those. Let's export it. Upload. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. Are we ready? We're just going to hit print. For good or bad, we'll see. Hey, KB3D, welcome. Long stream, trying to get this pushing plastic because honestly, I want to move on to the next project. I really want to do some of those full color lithophanes on here, but I really want to move on to the next project too. We are here. We are going to just hit print and see what happens. So it is heating up the bed first. I am excited. I am really happy with really how the device itself is working. A couple of little things here or there, but overall the stuff that was most finicky when we were building it hasn't really been an issue. So I am pleased with that. Reconnect successful. Am I back? OBS screwed up. Am I back now? Okay. So the bed's heating up. I teleported. I don't know what happened. OBS never gives me an error, but this one said it disconnected and is reconnecting. So, KB3D, may the flow be with you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I have a couple of those stickers. Okay. Now it is homing. Maybe we can go to this camera instead. Oh, now it's doing its, I try to bounce back and forth between the cameras, I guess. Oh, I guess it's gonna do filament 2 first, which has a little goober on the front. Let's see how well that works. See a bit of Charlie on the right back of the plate? Yes. Always. Okay, now it's going to do its little Prusa slicer purge process, which actually looks pretty okay. It's pushing plastic. Let's see what it looks like. It's not pushing plastic anymore. Is it? Well, now it should switch to the other color. And that filament tip doesn't look great. Hey, Sanity. Okay, now it's going to grab filament 0. Let's see what this does. Where you at, Charlie? Let's see what it's doing now. Oh. Well, it's pushing more plastic. So I think after this, it's going to go and print the first object. It's actually printing pretty well, it looks like. And then the first little box. Hey, Brant. Awesome, more tridents. So I want to see a few layers of filament swap success. And then it's tuning. And I know everybody wants to see the tuning process, but I don't even know what it actually looks like. Okay, now it's going to purge. Making progress, yes. What I want to do, what I would like to do after this is spend some time understanding a process for the start G-code and stuff, and understanding where that cooling moves and all that kind of stuff actually are for this. Oh, that's a good looking tip. Oh, you guys can't see it, but it looks good. I'm happy with that one. I don't even want to see the tuning process on my own printers. Yeah. And then here comes the yellow with a big ugly tip. And that's some old yellow eSun filament too, so. If you keep it, oh, If you caught it right there, you might see it. Now let's see what happens. Now it's gonna purge the silver out. Lay down some yellow. It's just eSun A or PLA Plus yellow. Just stuff I grabbed off the shelf. But it is purging. It's laying down yellow now. Let's see what the tip looks like when it changes this one. What do people use to watch all their printers at once remotely? I don't watch my printers outside of my home network. But if you're on your network or whatever, Mainsail allows you to view multiple printers in its interface. I just have a bunch of tabs open in my browser to each printer. The tuning on stream is not that boring if you consider we all watched Nero taking nearly 2 hours to figure out how magnets work. Finswall, congrats on the cereal. Did I issue that last night? Okay, layer 2. So if this works really well, and I'm jinxing myself here, but if this works really well, what 2-color print should we start? What's a nice simple 2-color print we can start? Traffic cone on Thingiverse. The problem with traffic cone is it just does it look like a real traffic cone? In that case, just a layer filament swap can change. What we want is something that's going to have filament swaps within one layer. Yeah. Vote for the tree frog. I've seen several votes for the tree frog. Let's go with that. I forgot to look at the tip on the yellow filament there. The tip here looks really good though. You'll see it come through. Yeah. Stealth burner cover, multiple colors. This is PLA though. Steve builds sign. I don't have a sign. I don't have a logo. The cat is like a frog, but not a frog. Yes. Okay, let's go off to, that's going to do that thing. Let's go off to printables. Ooh, caps lock. MMU cat. Those are a little more than I want to do right now. Oh, what do you got there, Sanity? Butterfly. Oh, that's too bad. That would be good, I think. It's this one. Let's keep that in mind. Let's go. Like I said, let's just, like you said, MMU. All the prints. Oh, that one's not good. Nobody saw that. That's weird. We'll do the butterfly. That's a good test, I think. Yeah, I was not expecting to see that on printables. Flutter by, there's 2 files. What in the world? Base and add-ons. Let's download this. Yeah, I think we're actually making some changes that filament changes are working. Oh, do I? While that's doing that, I'm looking for things to open. Let's see. You know what? I already have this downloaded. Let's just do this. I have this downloaded. Someone suggested this too. We'll just do the Moai. It's already on my computer. And the butterfly was a weird 3MF that I didn't know what it was gonna look like. Started the stream with a post-midnight snack and now it's breakfast time. It has been almost 6 hours. That's a huge purge block. It's ridiculous. We got all this stuff on the front. Oh, let's see what the yellow purge looks like. It's not pretty, but it's not jamming. It's not jamming. Oh, that's a big purge block for the Moai? Yeah. Any bleed? Not that I can see. It's hard to tell though. No, the yellow looks pretty solid. Okay, I think this is looking good. I'm gonna cancel this print. How do I cancel this print effectively without screwing up the... Oh. Here, let's slice it. That's the size of the purge block now. Let's upload it. Let's cancel the print, because I don't need to see this go all the way through. Stop the print. And go down to the ERCF. Eject. Let's see if that works. Pick off. So am I getting an error or are we waiting? Did I get an error? Oh, wow. That extruder cools down quick. Let's get the temperature back up and try again. Purge block for the tiny little squares. No spare layers. The Revo, what do you expect? I know, it goes so quick. Okay, let's try ejecting again. There we go. See you, Livy. Okay, let's clean this off again just because I got my grubby fingers on it. Any info on the king seat yet? I wouldn't know. If there has been, I wouldn't have seen it, or I wasn't looking for it. Is there any way to clean up the macros in main cell? Yeah, you can go in and turn off which ones are visible in the settings, or you can put an underscore at the front of it, of the macro name. Oh, as far as organizing what you do see, like this, I'm not sure. Okay, let's just let this do cool down there, but let's go ahead and just start a print. Print. Let's see what happens. Bed is heating up. You can put them into categories in Fluid. I only use those buttons for a couple of macros, and usually it's like case lighting or loading and unloading filament. Would you connect the ERCF to a V2 or Trident? Sure. The longer filament path will mean little longer time for every filament change. Here, we're talking about organizing macros. Go to the gears and then macros, and we can say expert. Oh, we can do groups. So we can add macro groups. So it looks like you can do that. Simple, you can turn off individual ones from being visible. So, does that help? Whoa. Kelvin. Yeah, so the instructions here have been pretty good. There's some of the slicer stuff that I'm getting a little lost in. But as far as setting up the device itself and making sure it can do the things, the instructions were really helpful today. I had not gone through any of those before today. I hadn't gone through and checked to see what ERCF home is and stuff like that. So what you saw today was pretty much a fresh look at ERCF, for good or bad. Hopefully for good, because it gives you a little idea. That did not put out much plastic. And that yellow tip is terrible. And how is this for warmth? That's still not more than 40 C on that stepper. The silver tip here is great. I'm waiting for an official IDEX Trident for multicolor. That's on my list of projects as an IDEX Trident. The Eddie the engineer's design is on the list of projects. Coming up, there is a weekend I will not be streaming. The last weekend in July won't be a stream. Hey, Nero, it's working. Sort of, mostly. It's actually, look, it's laying down plastic. Hey, Maker Viking. Welcome. You're here right at the end. It has been a long journey. I'm sorry, Peacemaker. I will be out camping. I will be out camping. Is there any special change that enables a filament to feed easily into the extruder during a change? I always seem to need to trim the end to get the filament started easily. I think just making sure that the your PTFE is inserted all the way into the coupler at the top. So next build is the ender to switchwire conversion, and then the plan after that is salad fork. Okay, so it's doing its purging the first color, and then we're gonna see if the yellow is gonna actually extrude, because it didn't extrude up here. I don't know what happened. Yeah, what Dustin said, tip tuning is critical. A cutting blade has its own set of problems. It's gonna get dull over time. What are you gonna do with the cutoffs? Let's see what this yellow looks like. I'll be streaming the solid fork frame assembly once you finish streaming. I think that will be all I do tonight though. Cool. I need to go and cut the frame. I should just do that, get it done. How difficult is the tip tuning? It's not terrible. I think there's a guide. Where did I see the guide? Did Chris's basement, did he have a good guide on that? I found a guide that I was looking at, and there's a few variables that you want to adjust. And I don't remember what they are. I'm not going to talk very intelligently on it. I just know last time I was doing this, I was following a guide that made it not too bad. Let me see. No, it's extruding. It's extruding. It's purging the silver and the yellow's coming through. It's actually extruding pretty well. Yeah. Yeah, you have to do it for each filament. How fast it does and how many ramming, so how many ramming moves, which is the extrude and retract moves, and then how many times it moves within the cooling zone in the heat break, and how fast it does all of that. It took a long time before it started extruding. I'm wondering if that's the extra on the tip triggering the sensor before the main part of the filament gets there. Because it has quite a dangly on the end, whatever you want to call it. Quite a tail on it or whatever. But what it is laying down on the Moai itself is looking good. That's probably about 45 or 50 C on the stepper. Or if I have my thermal, all right, little, yeah, 49C is what it says. Have anything in here that's hot? Yeah, everything's doing okay. You still around? You still around, Taylor? I am curious what you ended up with for values for the Revo. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. Here, let's... Do you remember, or maybe you can send me later, the values you ended up with? Where is it? Here. These values for the Revo. The cooling tube position and that kind of stuff. The machine hasn't been using a bit, was better than the Dragon? Yeah. Can we all have them? Well, if I figure out something that works well, I'll definitely share. Let's see what this is doing now. Is it actually laying down plastic? Yeah. Are you gonna try the 3D Chameleon, Taylor? Let's go with, oh, I went too high. Try to get this mess back here. I gotta figure out. Yeah. Dustin, you're right. I'll look at it in CAD. I'll look at it in CAD and see if I can get a better idea. Did you ever do the silicone bed mount mod on your Switchwire like you did on the Mark III? This one, no, not on this one. It's still on the list of projects to go through Switchwire bed stuff. I just don't know when I'm going to do it. Only streaming 1 day a week makes it tough to figure out what I want to do. I just don't have time to do more than that. So that's okay. This, oh, let me see if I can get a better angle here. This is looking pretty good though. Just the question is if it does, can get through the whole print. I think the biggest difference, Zenbender, is some of the tools you use to do it might be a little different because there's like a plugin for Octoprint to do it with that. But there are websites that you can paste your mesh into, I think, to get the to get kind of a assistance in how much to turn each screw. This is a mess back here. I don't know how long this print is going to take. The slicer says... Slicer says it's going to take 8.5 hours. You can feed screw position to clipper and then use screw tilt calculate or some such. Yeah. Let's see if this is... Is it extruding? Yeah, it's extruding yellow, so. Yep, it's extruding. I mean, the tips don't look good, but I'm telling you, with my Y adapter setup, this would have clogged and been done with the tips as bad as it is on the yellow. It will be 8:30 in the morning in the UK. I think the tip is a Revo thing more than anything else. Right, but these settings, you realize that the tip forming settings are nowhere near optimized. This is throwing the settings that are in for the Dragon at it. Duo, would you consider this project complete now? This is complete as far as building. Now we're at the tuning stage. I'm not gonna promise additional content on this because if I do, I'm gonna have a hard time actually committing to that. But I would like to revisit it, and I'd like to revisit it with those color lithophanes because that is really cool. And I've got some ideas that I'd like to just make so see what they look like. So as far as the build and the build stream, this is complete. We're gonna move on to the next project. This has been 7 streams, and some of those have been very long streams. Like this is a 6-hour stream today. But now it's on Steve Tunes, not Steve Builds anymore. Buffer solution. Yep. See you, Juan Carlos. Thanks for being here. But really, I'm pleased with how this is working where it's at. This was not much. We had a couple of hiccups today. I had swapped wires on the easy board, or it wasn't bad. There's just a lot to do, right? Get the proper steel washers. That's the big takeaway from the whole build. The proper steel washers. Am I going to stream the buffers? Probably not. Probably not, but I'll report back on how they're working. Maybe that's a good thing to, like, at the beginning of my streams talking about updates and stuff. I can bring one out, show what they look like assembled, show how it works. Those are good little beginning of stream chatting stuff. ERCF does need longer to build than a V0. Adding this up, I don't know how many hours, streaming hours, so they're long hours, but this is, like I said, I'm curious how this is going to go for the whole print, but I'm going to just let it go. See if this stepper overheats or the print finishes or it gets jammed. One of those. So we'll probably call the stream at 4:15. So that's about 8 minutes from now. So anything you want to chat about between now and then? Teza, almost done. We're gonna call it, like I said, I'm gonna call it in about 8 minutes. We've seen it's working. The silver tip is great. That's a very, very good tip on there. The yellow, it's older filament. I've probably had that stuff for 4 years. It's at the end of the spool. I'm probably gonna need to babysit it a bit here because it's the end of the spool, so it's really formed. It's looping on itself. What Patreon memberships should I join to get some models? There are so many excellent creators out there. I mean, you got what kind of models are you looking for? You just looking for figurines, or you looking for, I don't even know, tabletop stuff, some of the gadgets. I think some folks in chat will probably have some great suggestions. So Steve Village, just remember when you start to screw the two pieces that go behind the spring on the rep winder, you can loose or tighten the inner one to reduce pressure on the clutch. Okay. Found my microswitch housing has a lot of wiggle. Maybe why I have inconsistencies trying super glue before swapping switches. Are you talking about on your clicky, Patrick? Super glue I've had bad luck with. Super glue I'm not recommending super glue for clicky. Where is my, do I have one here? I just had the one fail. On my, let's go here. On my Trident, and this is super glue. So epoxy is recommended, or I'm trying Gorilla Glue. I'm trying this stuff. I don't recommend it yet, but I'm trying it. .007 FPV. The Gadget one, Clock Spring, is who I was trying to think of. What I wanted to ask you in Discord but forgot, didn't you in one stream have like a spacer for the X to Y chain holder for the V2 to accommodate the higher Y chain with titanium backwards? I did not. I did sit down to try to just redesign that XY cable bridge for extra space, but I never finished it. Favorite build surface? I've heard you mention OSEC satin plate, but only see some valve powdered sheet, same thing. I like the OSEC satin sheet, but most of what I use is the Prusa textured sheets on my 250 builds. On my other builds, my 300 builds, I use like an older Matter Hackers textured sheet. Oh, you were talking the switch itself, not the magnets? I got it. So look at the Quick Draw 2. They use 6x3 magnets with 3mm holes in it screwed in. Chaos Cortec is another good one. Yep. Chelsea and what's his name? Gabe? I don't remember. What tolerances do you have clicky set to? If I QGL, then I do it again. It still goes round several times. I don't remember what I have my individual probe tolerances to. I think it's 0.0075 for the QGL compensation. I need to stop being scared of the LED wiring and get my Stealth Burner LED soldered. Once Stealth Burner fully releases, I'll do another stream on the full Clockwork and Stealth Burner install, and I'll go over the LED soldering again. I just printed a 3mm stretched one on one axis, and I didn't test it again. What was that from? Oh, right. Nope, I mean, that should work, right? It'd be a little deformed, and it might not be perfect, but it'd probably be fine. What do you use for my 300 builds? I use these aren't available anymore, it's a problem. I use these Matter Hackers textured sheets, layer lock textured sheets. I like them. I don't know why, but I hate soldering small. Just have a good way of securing what you're soldering to. A little vise or something. It helps. Make sure things don't move around. So tempted to build a 9-filament ERCF, but having a hard time justifying it. Did you already have an MMU2? We can do 9 different colors. How do you manage 9 different things of filament? The incline is a little higher now. Yeah. It's not a mess, it's a PLA blanket. It's a PLA tangle. I'm having a problem with my energetic textured plate. I think these plates might be sourced from energetic, maybe not. But I haven't had any experience with these other than like the LDO sourced ones. Yeah, this is, for how horrible those tips are on the yellow, I'm surprised it's still going. JP Gray, did you ever find your trident? I have hope. I have hope. I don't want to jinx anything, so we'll see. Energetic likes to be washed with dish soap. Getting all the oils off is usually a good idea, and dish soap doesn't, the plain dish soap, like Dawn dish soap or whatever, does a good job of that. Keep it safe. Okay, so with that, I think we're gonna end it. We're gonna end it with a disturb the sleeping Charlie, who did not like to be disturbed. I woke him up. So, with that, we're gonna call it. I want to thank everybody who gifted memberships, became a member, everybody who was here. Charlie did not like that. I tried waking him up, it didn't play out. Next week, enter the Switchwire build. I'll try to give updates on this as it goes, but I want to move on. Got to get on to the next build. So, thanks again. We'll see ya. Have a good one. Bye. Oh, where's my controls?